Thank you so much. And I will give the floor to you, Bruno.
Thank you, Rita. Good morning, everyone. First of all, let me thank you for inviting me, and let me share that I always feel a bit weird when I'm asked to give a so-called inspirational talk, because in the end, today I'm just going to share you the motions of my life and what I've learned from it. Of course, today the talk of the day is COVID. I don't know about you, but to me, COVID shows nature truly works in mysterious ways. Who would have thought a couple of years ago humanity would come together in ways we have never done before? We are working together, transcending differences of color, age, religion, all to support our collective well-being and health. COVID-19, I think, has been an invitation to stand jointly and has shown the potential of people working together as a force for good. And that's exactly what I would like to talk to you about today for the next 15 to 20 minutes, how entrepreneurs and intrapreneurs like you and myself can work as a force for good. Let me start with this. You may know that the entrepreneurs come in many shapes and sizes, and I want to give you 3 examples of vastly different types of entrepreneurs and their perspectives. To me, again, illustrating that nature favors variety in ways that we do not yet understand, but where I believe that it should not scare us. First example, Elizabeth Holmes. Maybe you know her. She's the CEO of Theranos. She's that's a biotech company which sampled medical information from a single droplet of blood from the finger. Elizabeth was convicted earlier this month to 4 charges of conspiracy and fraud, as she knew that the medical device that they were working on would never work. And today she faces up to 20 years in prison. Second example of an entrepreneur, Jeff Bezos. You probably know him, one of the richest men on the planet. Living in his mind, a man who fires his people by an AI tool, a man who pays minimal wages to his employees and thanks them for paying for his trip into space. Third one, Chuck Finney. Chances are you never heard of him. Chuck Finney is an entrepreneur who earned $8 billion in his career, ending with 0. He made it his mission in life to leave this planet with $0 left on his bank account. And he spent his fortune on funding universities in the US and Ireland, helped modernize the Vietnamese healthcare systems, and many other things. So my question to you is, who do you want to be? And the good news is that, well, you can be yourself. There's no right or wrong. You are who you are. And this may sound a bit awkward, doesn't it? Because you may say, oh, don't we need to judge Elizabeth and Jeff? But personally, I think we don't. What I think we have to do is love people like Elizabeth and Jeff a bit more and not less, as their choices reflected deep pain in their life. And I can tell you this because I've been through all 3 perspectives of what makes an entrepreneur. Because my personal story, my entrepreneurial story, my journey starts at the police station. It was the year 1999, during my 2nd year of law studies in Leuven, when I was invited for a police hearing. You need to know that I come from a pretty modest family who always struggled in their lives to live a happy life. And my parents projected all their hopes and dreams which they were too afraid to chase themselves, on myself. They saved all their money, struggled to get me into law school, hoping that I would have a better life than they had. Basically sacrificing themselves as an ultimate token of love. Convinced that there was not enough to go by, I was looking for quick ways to earn money back then. In hindsight, unconsciously exploiting a part of our empathic human nature. Not that I didn't defraud anyone, or I didn't steal money or made bogus claims like Elizabeth. Luckily, it was much more innocent than that. In all my youthful enthusiasm, I had printed little flyers to promote a website. I know it's not really digital marketing yet. Then the website, it paid to watch ads when people were surfing the web. And if people subscribed via my account, I could earn money. So I wanted to recruit as many people as possible and did the grand tour in the city to see where I could put up my flyers. I put them in the university restaurants, in my law faculty where I studied, and also on the market square, the square which at that time still had phone booths. For the Gen Zers in the room, phone booths, those are the closets with windows where you can find a cell phone on a cable. Anyways, the reason why I ended up at the police station was that I had put these flyers in such a phone booth, and I didn't mention the name and the address of the responsible publisher on the flyer, and apparently that was illegal. I didn't know that. So that's why I had to come in to the police station. Obviously, after a 15-minute conversation and in the end some laughter together, I was a free entrepreneur again. And as I closed the door of the police station, I vowed I would make sure to never forget our laws are there for a good reason and that I would respect the rules that help us live peacefully together. I threw off my Elizabeth Holmes phase, age 19. After my first encounter with the law, for many years, I floated much more smoothly in through entrepreneurial waters, building several modest digital student businesses. I moved into Jeff's operational mode, working only from my mind, focusing on efficiency, speed, growth, output as the only things which mattered. I finished my law school, pocketed 2 additional masters in management and international business economics, and did an internship in the UN, all thinking that was necessary to be respected. I wanted to win, which meant that others had to lose. As an ultimate symbol of this way of life, I was attracted like a moth to a flame to Silicon Valley. I decided to apply for a business consulting job at a US company, hoping I could join the ranks of the tech stars of that era. It quickly dawned on me, though, that corporate life was not my path, was way too sterile for me. So after a little more than a year, I decided to resign to start my own digital business. And this time was for real. It was a digital agency. Starting in my living room in Brussels, we closed our initial contracts, and I felt I was on the right track, ready to win. Then, about 6 months after I started my company, my mother, who had been having cancer on and off for many years, passed away. 5 months later, my father passed away as well. There I was, age 26, orphaned with my startup, my parents' business, a restaurant, and above all, my grief to manage. As with COVID, I think life deals you with situations which you cannot foresee how much you plan or prepare. Life also deals you with the cards you can handle. So if you be in a bad place right now, don't despair. Life is not about pain. Now, I don't know about you, but I come from a part where men are not real men, where men are not real men when they show their emotions. So after closing down the restaurant, I didn't take time to handle my sorrow, and I just frantically grew my company, looking to open up an office in London, looking for investors, grow like there's no tomorrow. Basically, the typical Silicon Valley way of life from my perspective. In hindsight, but that's only obviously when the lesson is learned, I didn't want to grow because of joy of what I did, but because of the pain I had inside me, desperately trying to run away from myself. But obviously, running away from yourself, yeah, that's not an option, of course. So what happened 6 years down the road, with a team of about 20 people to manage, I was truly at the end of my rope. For years, I had run away from the grief of the loss of my parents and promoted product after product, but that didn't really offer any meaning anymore. So I wanted to focus on something more meaningful. But I was still here. I was still in my head. So what I did, I started organizing the TEDx conferences in Leuven. You probably know TEDx, the ideas were spreading. And it was the first time in my life I felt a bit at home, but still very much afraid to show the world who I really was. What I didn't tell you is that during that period, I had to sell the remnants of the digital agency which I created because I didn't properly manage it. I had I transferred the management way too fast to good people, but not the right people for the role at hand. In that process, I lost a good friend there who stood by me for many years. Age 33, clean sheet in business life, and a lot of invitations for change in my personal life. But again, I was still very much in my head. I lost my parents, lost a very good friend, lost my business. And yet I was still like Jeff. As my mind was the only thing I knew, my safe space, so to say, I jumped back to my mind, analyzing what went wrong. And I must admit that this put me on a very intellectually rewarding path for over 7 years in a think tank, which I dubbed Haponomy. The smart cookies among you, and I guess there's a lot of you among theirs, know that Haponomy is happiness and economy squeezed in a single word. I built the nonprofit organization Haponomy on the TEDx conferences, where it was the initial initiative, basically to research why do entrepreneurs fail, why do businesses fail, and above all, why does our economy work the way it does? And what I discovered is how our emotions steer our choices and behavior. I discovered our current economic system creates stress with people, causing harm to our health, to our relations, and to our planet. So today, we're still working on this. I wrote a book, built a set of regenerative models and tools, ranging from a new company model, a sustainable money system, even a new definition of sustainability itself, and technology to support sustainable entrepreneurship, tackling the damage that is currently done by our economic system. And yet, even after all that, still, I was in my head until a few months ago. Some time ago, I ended up in a full-fledged relationship crisis with my wife. A crisis actually still going on today. So the way I was being an entrepreneur was not sustainable. My wife lovingly stood by me for all those years when I was emotionally unavailable, when I was stuck in my head, looking for the solution, while it was staring me right in the face. Think less, love more. That was the day I believe I turned into Chuck Finney. I realized my mission is to help people, very much like you probably. And that's why I want to share 5 principles with you, which probably can help you. The first one, keep your eye on the prize. Entrepreneurship is about the value you create, reducing pain and increasing joy with your fellow human beings. Money is just a number that reflects the value you create. If we want humanity to thrive, we need to increase our focus on what matters. 2, you deserve a good life. We're one human tribe. Everybody here, you, me, is part of it. If you want to make humanity thrive, start with yourself. Stay in tune with how you feel about things. To quote Bruno Mars, stop, wait a minute. 3, reduce screen time. Our brains are set up to zoom in on things, and I've experienced it firsthand. When we look at our screens, we forget about those things that really matter. So shut down your cell phone during dinner with your family. Don't take your laptop on a holiday. Open up a bottle of wine for a good conversation instead of watching Netflix. If I would have learned those lessons, let's say 6 months ago, I wouldn't be in the relationship crisis that I am today. 4, stay zen in a system that breeds insecurity. What everybody needs to know is that our current economic system is setting us up for failure. If humanity wants to thrive, we need to alter the systems we live in. We need systems which nurture us, which embrace our insecurities. We need systems which value real human connection, not fake ones. Who help us grow as individuals, respect our talent, our planet, and provide meaning in our lives. And finally, use profit for good. Many entrepreneurs believe profit and value don't go together. Either you're someone like Jeff, focusing on profits, looking to cut costs everywhere you can, or you're someone who cares about value and feels money is in the way. Neither are sustainable in today's society. Focus on value, but don't be afraid to accept the money that returns to you. So those are my 5 golden rules. I hope that these will help you become a truly successful entrepreneur and jointly defeat COVID. And let me finish with this. Entrepreneurship, just as life itself, is change. That's the only constant. Don't resist it, embrace it. Think, love, do. Those are my 3 ingredients for a life as a force for good. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bruno. That was something else, at least for me. Does anyone have questions, or because if I start, we may not do anything else in the event if I start asking questions. Does anyone have any questions for Bruno? No, maybe I can start then. Okay, Bruno, why do you think, because, you know, learning from suffering is such a human thing, we usually, I don't know, well, it's easier for us to grow or to wake up when we're really in a suffering situation. Why do you think that is, and how can we change that? So how can we, you know, how can we wake up before reaching the end or the bottom?
Yeah, again, I can only share from my personal experience, of course. As you've heard, I've had an interesting ride in life already. From my perspective, the pain that I felt for many years has driven me forward, for sure. Otherwise, I would not be here if I wouldn't have felt that pain. But I think it's the wrong driver to create things, right? I believe that life is much more than avoiding pain. It's much more focusing on joy and happiness from where I'm looking from. But what I've learned, and I mean learned not only experientially, but also scientifically, I am involved in academic research in behavioral economics, is that we are not always aware how we feel. We don't know how to express it properly. So emotional management is an interesting journey. And we think that we decide based on our head. But the crazy part is that we decide on our emotions, and our heads tell a story why we feel like we do.
And then we rationalize the decision, right?
That's rationalization theory, exactly. So that's a really counterintuitive part in these things. So that's why I really want to make a plea to zoom in on the inside and look how you feel about things. I can imagine that in this particular setting that we're talking COVID, right? It's a global issue, challenge. I can imagine that some of the people in this Zoom call are doing this thing because of the fact that they're stressed about it, about the entire COVID situation. And it's normal because it creates a lot of flux. We need to adapt. We need to reduce things that we find valuable, all these kind of things. So that creates tremendous amount of stress. But again, stress is not sustainable. There's a reason why I don't have a lot of hair left, because I've had a lot of stress in my life already.
Yeah. Any questions from anyone? I have somebody with the raised hand. Who is it? Why can't I find? Can you help me, Justina? Can
Yes,
you?
I think Joris, you should be able to speak now.
Yeah, I'm able to speak. Hi.
Hi, Joris.
Hi, everybody. Thanks, Bruno, for what you have just told us. And in my experience of 11 years already with my company, I see the same paths that you just described. And on one side, I think many of us in healthcare wanna help people and patients. As more and more we are involved in their care paths that we are running through. But the other side, we have shareholders, and the more you grow as a company, the more shareholders, or the more demanding shareholders we have. And I think that might be a blocking factor also in the total ecosystem. The shareholders, they want to have money, they want to have revenue, they want to have profit. And other side, as an entrepreneur, you also want to contribute to the community. And that's a conflict which myself also, I've on a daily basis, how can I make a balance between the two? Currently I have COVID, and suddenly a week and a half ago, they enrolled me in COVID at home, which we created for COVID patients. And now I'm also a patient in that. And I've seen that those telemonitoring is like, oh, it helps us. And the other side's like, yeah, but it also needs to be a profitable system. And it's a conflict on a daily basis. And the balance finding it is difficult. And I think that's what needs to be changed also in the future on a larger level. Like not everything needs to be profitable or completely profitable as maximum as possible.
I fully understand and agree with what you're saying. I could talk for hours about this one thing actually. Let's say that what we've forgotten is that money is a reflection of value, right? That's how our brains work as well. We see a number, we think, oh, it's value, right? We do not take the time to reflect because, well, biologically we don't have that much computer power to think slowly, as they say, to really reflect of what do we find valuable, right? So I think a core thing is take some space on the inside, because if you're stressed out, you will not have the potential to reflect on value as such, what it is, to see what it means to you. With regards to the shareholder thing, I have a different perspective in the sense that you obviously have people who want profit, but the drivers for profit, as I tried to convey earlier, can be different. All right, so you have impact investors, for instance, today who invest money and want a return, but their key goal is to get something, a valuable mission into the world. So personally, I would not say shareholders are the bad guys. No. That's part of the system that we have created today. And as with, I think with everything, things evolve, right? That's the only constant, as I tried to say. So from my perspective, it's clear that we need an upgrade of our existing system. It's a lot of damage. That's why we designed a sustainable, let's say, macro system, which includes an income guarantee, which includes a redistribution mechanism to promote fair inequality, which helps you support an ecological and social behavior, because those are the things that we want. But the key issue from where I'm standing today is the insecurity part, because human beings, we're insecure, and we have created insecure systems. So that, to me, that's a conundrum in a way. But yeah, if you're in an insecure system, which we are, because I think the large majority of you will have to work to earn money to pay for their loan and for their food, and the moment the work is under pressure, then the financial pressure rises. That's the situation which you're in. And if people feel stressed out, it's called financial stress. It's economic stress. I think it's a scientific construct. Then people start to change different, or start to behave differently. They act less sociably, less ecologically, less in their own self-interest. So if you want to know why we have so much burnouts, is because people are fighting themselves. They're running, but yeah, we're stuck. And that's a key, a key thing to solve if we want to thrive, I think.
Yeah. Thanks for the feedback. You're correct.
We have a comment from Frank. Frank, feel free to jump in if you want to tell your remark as well, because I agree with that in selection of shareholders. Yeah.
Yes. Now, just to support Bruno's approach, don't go for the big money because it's there. First think from why do you need the money? How do you want to spend it? And is this the right shareholder you want to have in your board? Because it might block and even kill your company if the strategies are not aligned.
That's the same, and that also applies to your customers, right? So,
absolutely.
Yeah.
But usually the shareholders have the biggest power to steer your strategy. If they want to go in a different direction, you have a problem.
Yes. Yeah. But we can solve this. That's a good thing. I studied corporate law, and we've worked on a company model which focuses on stakeholders, not shareholders, stakeholders. Yes. And the shareholders are obviously a stakeholder. So there's nothing wrong, especially in the current system as it's running, to have shareholders who will get what they want. I mean, that's fine, but we need to also, indeed, as Rita said, focus on our clients, focus on the people who actually create the value, our employees, our partners, and also, and I think that's really important, also on the external stakeholders. that's what we have forgotten over the last 50 years, is the fact that companies are societal entities and not business entities, and they need to take the society and our ecology, our planet, into the equation to create a company model which maximizes value, because I think that's the core of a business. It's not maximizing money, it's maximizing value. And then the question is, what am I going to do with the money that comes back? And that's an interesting question. We've designed a mechanism where you actually can, let's say, regenerate the damage which is done today, socially or ecologically. So what we do is, so imagine you have a company earning €1 million at the end of a year, right? So you have €1 million of operational profits. And then you can divide them across your stakeholders. 100,000 for the entrepreneurs, 200,000 for the shareholders, 100,000 for the employees. You can go on, but you can also take, as I said, society and our ecosystem as two separate stakeholders, which means that you can actually fund social damage or fund the solutions which create social damage and which create the solutions for social damage and ecological damage. Using business, the mechanisms of business. So there's this crazy duality between, but if we want to create value, then money's bad. That's often the case. I've experienced that myself. So and I've seen it many times. But it's about value. Money comes back, and then you decide what you want to do with it. That's, I think, how we can approach the way business is being done differently, and I said, as a force for good.
Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, had also some comments on that when somebody asked him if he would accept money from whatever state. He said, if I still will be able to feed people who are starving with that money, then yes, I will still be able to create value. So, well, I know it's a tricky issue. I would like to ask you, do you think the pandemic has increased awareness or made it worse? Or are we more self-absorbed in our own problems and so stressed that it has made the situation worse?
Again, it depends on the individuals. I've seen both happening. I've seen people becoming more aware about what they want, how do they live life, and I've seen people regress because they're afraid, which is again understandable, and they pull back to what they know, and that's human. So I think it's a mixed bag, actually. That being said, I do notice that COVID has put extra pressure on our relations, because I don't know about you, I live in Zoom and Teams for way too many hours lately. And I'm watching a 2D screen the entire day. I prefer to watch 3D people instead of 2D screen. So that's one thing. The same thing with the masks. Where the way we learn from how we feel from each other, it's through non-verbal communication. And if you have this huge thing on your mouth, at least for me, it's more difficult to figure out how is this person feeling, what does he or she think. So it makes it more, it puts strain on our relationships, I think, to a certain extent. At least that's how I experienced it up to now.
I don't want to monopolize the conversation. I said I could talk with you for hours about this. Maybe I will ask another question, is because I am not an entrepreneur, so I am the coordinator of the project, and I do work for a company. So any tips for people who are not entrepreneurs, who are employees working in companies? How can they how can they motivate change as well?
I think everybody is an entrepreneur. The type of labor relation, because that's in the end what we're talking about, is secondary to the fact that everybody has knowledge, skills, talent, and a drive. Those are the core ingredients, I think, that make a difference. And whether you're an employee or an independent or whatever, doesn't matter. If you are able to add value in an organization which creates true value, then I think you're on a good path. One thing, and let's say that's kind of prevention thing. I've seen a lot of people who underestimate the role of being the real entrepreneur, or real. I mean, in the typical way of interpreting the word. I would definitely advise those who are in the call today, if you aspire to actually create your company, that you stay relaxed, that you don't want to go too quickly because you're stressed, that you reflect very well on what you want, also which role you want to play in your own company. Like, for instance, one thing I did wrong, or that I learned, was that back in the days when I had my digital agency, I was the CEO, right? I was the founder, so I was the CEO. But I was not the person who was really equipped to be the CEO. I didn't have the personality, mainly the personality, the knowledge was there, the skills, that was not 100% there yet either. So be true to yourself, take time to develop and see where you at a particular moment in life can add value. I think that's useful.
That's really interesting. So I associate that with both responsibility and accountability that we sometimes don't have, even as employees, because for me, what resonates when you tell me we are all entrepreneurs, even if we are employees, because sometimes it's more comfortable to just be an employee and put the whole responsibility on somebody else, right? So
sorry to interrupt.
Is taking some of this responsibility for our own.
I have a different perspective. I understand what you're saying, but so I've been thinking about this. Why do employees? What's the game, right?
Yeah.
And it's actually, from where I'm looking at, it's a financial game where we are insecure. We want to feel safe, right? We want to make sure that we have money to pay our house and live our lives. And we mostly, I think, unconsciously decide to say, well, okay, safety is important, so I'm gonna give up. I'm not gonna say give up, but have somebody else be in the
take care of me
and take care of me. And that's very human. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. And I think the key is to embrace that insecurity, because that will make you more secure. That's the paradox. So I would advocate a more empathic approach to, let's say, employeeship, if I can call it like that. But so I don't think it's I don't think it's a matter of accountability or responsibility or so. No. Again, I think it doesn't really matter which type of role or relationship you're in, or relation you're in. If it feels good for you, it's good. That's also important. People are vastly different. Some people have different needs than others. That's normal. So if you value security very highly, well done. I mean, it's for you, not for the world. I mean, you know what I'm trying to convey.
Yeah. But this is also a very human thing, right? Getting a set of boxes and categorizing everything in very well-defined boxes. So
that's the mind. That's the Jeff mode.
Yeah, exactly.
To be clear, I don't have anything against Jeff Bezos.
Disclaimer.
No, I don't. Far from. So yeah.
Thank you so much, Bruno. Justina?
I'm just
you want to ask a question?
No, I'm just enjoying this exchange. I'm very excited.
Does anyone else want to ask Bruno a question?
You can also ask very practical stuff.
Yes,
I mean, I'm a professor at KU Leuven on business modeling, so I mean, it doesn't all have to be,
yes, a very
stories.
deep No questions?
Okay, perfect. I hope
Bruno, thank you so much. From my part, it was truly inspirational. So as I said, I could talk with you the whole day about these things and exchanging points of view. I'm very sensitive to these issues. I have this theory, and I also totally agree with you that we have to learn to identify and deal with our emotions, not run away from them. I think 99% of us maybe are just running away from them. So we are all on the same boat, but most of us are pretending not to see it. So and I think it's important to just acknowledge them. And somebody once told me there is no such thing as negative and positive emotions. They are just emotions. And like the economy, you know, being happy doesn't mean being smiling 24 hours a day. So
no.
there's ups and downs, like in companies, in enterprises, in the economies, in countries, and whatever. So it's a process. So it's
true. With one addition, I personally, so you're right. Life is about those waves, but to me that doesn't mean you have to accept the pain.
Definitely, yeah.
Work from there. And that's the tricky and the difficult part, is to turn towards a thing that you don't want to. So starting.
No, I love these of turning to joy that you said. I love this. This is.
So yeah, you can maybe the pain won't go away, but it can be reduced at least, if you have the courage to look deep into the darkness, so to say. So yeah.
But it is hard. It is a hard process.
Or it's the hardest there is. It's the hardest there is.
But very rewarding, I would say. So thank you so much.
Very welcome. I'm glad in this morning in Zoom, at least I was
yes, between all the Zooms and Teams and WebExes that we're able to have such a moment. It's really wonderful. So thank you so much, Bruno. Justina, do you want to say a final word to Bruno?
Thank you so much, Bruno. It's such a pleasure to have you on board, and thank you to agreeing on such short notice. And it's been a pleasure having you, and I hope we can continue cooperation in not only this project, maybe in other projects. We really appreciate you being here.
Definitely. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I hope I was able to convey some good vibes. And go kill COVID.
Game on.
Yes. They are trying indeed. Thank you so much, Bruno. Have a wonderful day. Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, teams. So this was truly great from my perspective. I hope you have enjoyed too. So we will move along to the pitching sessions. I wanted to let you know your jury. So as I was saying, we'll have teams pitching. You have 7 minutes each. You should take 5 minutes for presentation and two minutes for Q&A. We have control to mute and unmute you, so we will use that very severely, so to say. Not me, Justina, just kidding. But I want to also show you who your jury is and have a quick word. So let me just locate the window where I can switch my slides. There we are. So your jury, so you've heard from Irina, she's our project officer, so our contact in the European Commission. Then we have Frank. Maybe as we have 5 minutes to spare, you want to say a couple of words, Frank? You want to introduce yourself?
If this works, can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Yes, okay. It's always a struggle with the audio system. Sorry about that.
Yes.
Yes, no, I'll be super short because anyone interested in more detail can find it on LinkedIn as as usual, but I do have a very mixed background. I started out as an entrepreneur, as a scientist, like many of you, biomedical scientist, medicine and biology, brain research, pharmaceutical science, neurochemistry, difficult stuff, what happens in the brain. I worked in different countries, and then after 15 years, I switched to business, to the private sector. We built up a small company, sold it off to Johnson & Johnson, started a new one, and as a business coach, I've been in the setup of startup companies for, well, 11, 12 times. I lost count now in the last 25 years. So 15 years academia, 25 years in business. We do business in globally in Africa, Latin America. So might bring a new perspective here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Frank. Then we have Diego. Diego, do you want to say a couple of words as well?
Yes, good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure for me to be in this event. I'm sure I'll learn a lot from all of you. Moreover, there are solutions that apply technology and science to solve a very critical problem. So it's always even more interesting to hear such solutions. My background is mostly academic. I did a PhD 20 years ago in Cambridge in the area of smart environments, and I've been doing research on that since then, since I moved to the Basque Country, back to Basque Country, where I am a full professor in the University of Deusto, and my topics of interest are big data, IoT, blockchain for good, always how to apply technology to address societal challenges. And I have a small, but still it was a very fruitful experience. I took part in a startup in Cambridge after finishing my PhD. So I struggled to make a very innovative company feasible at that time for 18 months. And although we didn't manage, I will never forget the experience and lessons learned there. And I hope that you all are very successful bringing your ideas also to the market.
Great, thank you so much. So Frank and Diego are the experts that were involved in evaluating the COVID-X project. Hired by the European Commission. Then we have Dmitry. Dmitry, do you want to say a couple of words from INL?
Yes.
Hi, good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Dmitry Petrovic, and my background, it also started in research. In fact, my PhD was in physics, and at the end of my PhD, I got involved in the intersection of nanotechnology and biosensors, which at the time was very new, let's say, and advanced, and the idea of the interdisciplinary work between physicists and biologists and medical, and in our case, veterinary doctors was quite novel. And I found that I enjoyed the interdisciplinarity very much. And so for the next almost 20 years, I worked in a variety of groups, typically, again, developing biosensors. And so I constantly worked, again, in teams of physicists and engineers and biologists and chemists and every other kind of scientist and researcher you can imagine. And then more recently, I got involved in bioanalytics. So again, basically trying to convert the biological information into some numbers and understanding how well the process actually works. And at this point at INL, I'm also involved in making sure that we can try to make good connections between the science and research that is done at INL and our external partners, both in academia, but also among the companies. And so I have some understanding, let's say, of how the applied research moves towards the applications and real life products. And I'm looking forward to seeing the pitches today.
Great, thank you so much. So Dmitry works at INL, and they are the coordinators of our sister project, so to say, for COV, who also has a number of projects and is related to COVID as well. And then last but not the least, we have Antonio de Meseno. Antonio, do you want to say hi? So Antonio was the first coordinator of the COVIDX project. He works at F6S with me.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So my background is on software engineering. I've been on the business side all my career. I worked in some companies that dealt with health data, monitoring of patients. And as Rita said, I'm now project manager at F6S, work on some projects related with blockchain, some accelerators related with blockchain, AI, and today I'm helping the jury of COVIDX to score the teams.
Thank you so much, Antonio. It's lovely to have you back. Okay, then we can start. So the order of the teams has been established. The first team is Care for COVID. I have their presentation. Justina, will you?
Yes, I will do right before that. I think it's important to tell the teams how the voting will go. So for teams who are here from Open Call 1, the ones that are presenting, only for you in Miro boards, in your own personal Miro boards, at the end of it, there is a small table where you can vote for your fellow Open Call 1 friends and other solutions. You have 3 votes to distribute in total. A short description is written in the Miro board as well. You have 3 votes. You cannot vote for yourself. You can distribute the 3 votes as you wish, meaning that you can either assign all 3 votes to the team that you like most, or you can assign 1 vote each to 3 different teams, or give one team 2 votes and another team 1 vote. So the voting will stay open until the second break. So now, if you have a moment, one of you can go into your board and open it all up. Regarding the score calculation, Kristaps from Civita will be the master score calculator, and during the second break, he will collect all of the information from the Miro boards, and we'll see who you like the best from the Open Call 1. Rita, do we have any more information regarding the other?
Yes, so the jury will also vote. So they have their own scorecard. Jurors, you have your Excel file. You can either use it or not. And then at the second break, the jury will go into a separate room and also deliberate and choose the best pitch. And in addition to that, everyone in the audience who is not part of the Open Call 1 and has been invited will be able to, in the second break, to vote on Slido to select also your favorite pitch. So this means we have 3 prizes: the jury prize, the audience prize, and the peers prize, okay, awarded by your teams. So make every second count, okay? We have really prizes, so this is not just, we're not just saying. So maybe we will start. So presentation for...
I have unmuted Sophocles, so he has the right to speak.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, you just need Rita to
we
launch.
can hear you very well. So I just need to,
Can I use my own slide set?
Sorry?
Can I use my own slide set, or you're going to present my slides?
I can, but if you want to do it yourself, you can also do it.
Yeah,
do you prefer that way?
But I can change the slides easier. But I need also to have access to, to become a presenter.
Can you do it now?
Okay, can you hear me again?
Yes.
Okay, it has been a bit. Okay, I think now we are there. Very good. And you see my screen.
Yes.
Yes. Not in presenter mode.
Yes,
Yes.
now.
Now, yes. Okay, perfect.
Then when you're ready, I can start.
Shall I set the timer?
Yeah,
Okay,
no, no,
go
no,
ahead.
Go ahead.
You can start, Sophocles.
Okay,
No,
great.
go ahead, start. Okay.
Okay. You know the news already. COVID-19 is fortunately becoming a common cold. But you know that this is not the case. Despite the fact that Omicron is milder, we still see thousands of people getting infected every single day. Many of them are hospitalized, intubated, and we have thousands of people dying every single day. And over and above, we have long COVID, a chronic condition which happens to have a risk stratification dashboard that helps them to have an overview of the patients. Let's see how the virtual coaching now works. We start with data from our clinical partner about long COVID and of course literature, and both are growing as we speak. With this information, doctors design clinical pathways, digital clinical pathways, and also dialogues that are to be delivered to the patients. So once the patients are recruited, we collect data, some of them seamlessly, some of them based on answers of the patients. All this information is processed with our digital composite biomarkers and digital phenotyping methods. And this helps us to orchestrate the delivery of the content in the form of a visual coaching to the patient. And of course, at any given time, doctors, they have a good overview of what is happening with their patients. Let's talk about clinical evidence, because in the end of the day, this is the most important. The starting point was the data, multimodal, the models behind the data, predictive models, and now we have around 50 patients recruited. They have long COVID, and on the one hand side, we measure data from them. On the other hand side, we deliver customized, AI-based customized content for long COVID to them. And we already have some high-level evidence about the impact of these digital therapeutic methods to long COVID treatment. And of course, we expect to file much more evidence until the end of the study. So what's in it for you? You can have a continuous coaching, can offer continuous coaching to your patients to address long COVID conditions. You can go from a standard day hospital support to a hybrid model. And of course, you reduce the need for on-site care. We have a long track record on COVID-19. We started back in March 2020. We have used Healthtensia in different ways for different aspects, even for vaccination, for surveillance, for the HR of hospitals and so on. And this is our team. We are a tech-driven team. We are surrounded by clinicians, data analysts, medtech experts, and our clinical partner, Gemelli from Italy. And this is why I believe COVID-19 will fortunately become a common cold.
Thank you so much, Sophocles. Perfect timing. So thank you for that. Any questions?
Yes, I would like to ask how is your solution, how easy is your solution mapped to other diseases that may be related? If COVID, that COVID is finishing is not a spoiler news, hopefully you are wrong there, although I'm afraid you are not, then how could you apply the solution you have created to other diseases so that your solution will be sustainable, no? And be able to reach the market?
Thank you, Diego. And with this opportunity, I can say that we started from with a totally different orientation in this accelerator. We were dealing also with diagnosis and so on, and we have already made pivots within this period. And this point about how to further use care for COVID and Healthtensia for other diseases is most valid. Healthtensia solution, it's fully customizable, and it can support the digital therapeutic for many pathologies. I wouldn't say for all pathologies, but I would say for many pathologies. We have we apply practically the same principles, and in the end, we deliver digital content. So this is the important aspect of Healthensia, that it's a solution which is certified to do this thing. And now we are in the process under the medical device regulation to add additional indications. The first indication will be heart failure. The second one will be long COVID, because you understand that in order to get it certified through the MDR, you need the clinical evidence. The clinical evidence to prove that your solution can be applied to a certain pathology and have health-related and improve health-related endpoints. So, like I said, heart failure, it's another indication that we're working on with the same principle, so delivering content, and of course, some other things that they can support the adherence of the patient to a certain treatment. But the principle is clinical pathway, which has digital aspects, like content delivery for therapy. So it's like a digital ingredient. So far, we're talking for drugs about ingredients. This is a digital ingredient, which is let's say, the holy grail of digital therapeutics.
Thank you so much, Sophocles. Thank you, Diego, for your question. Are there any further questions? So we can...
Dmitry.
If I may?
Yeah, sure.
Oh.
Go ahead, Frank.
Yes. Okay. Because I heard somebody else as well. A very quick question. What I didn't hear in your presentation is how you want to address the market.
Yes, very correct. That was not part of the presentation, but we are already addressing the market by having from 3 countries. One is Italy, where it's our clinical partner, the other Belgium, where we are based, and then through Netherlands, where we have also a branch office. So in these 3 countries, we are already having demo cases with Healthensia, and we expect to replicate this model with other channels. The model that we have also described in this accelerator, but this is actually the case also for the other indications that we are working on, is based on identifying local partners in other countries like Germany and so on, Sweden, where they're going to be trained by us, and they're going to, let's say, do all the services part, while from our side, we're going to be delivering, let's say, a better Healthensia and, of course, licenses to our customers.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think Dmitry also had a question. Very quickly, if possible.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, thank you. Well, basically, I was curious about the training of the AI that you had in your block diagram, because, of course, long COVID is an extremely heterogeneous condition. So I'm curious, what is the size of the data set that you're using for training and so on and so on?
Yeah, we have used some thousands of, records from thousands of patients. And based on that, we have done a preliminary training. It goes without saying that the more, the merrier. And as the system grows, we're going to have the ability to have, let's say, more accurate decisions. And the decisions here is practically orchestration of delivering of the content. But the delivery of the content has 2 aspects. The one is how to find the appropriate timing to do that. And for that, we don't need long COVID-related information. And the other is, of course, pathology-related. And for that, we need such training that you mentioned. But coming back to your question, yes, we have used some thousands of patients, records from thousands of patients. It is already adequate to make, to introduce the system into such a study, observational study that we are running now. And of course, the more our database grows, the more, accurate information we're going to get from our models.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Sophocles. Now we have C@H.
Yes, here we go.
Good morning, everyone.
So am I presenting
I am not
your
Vasilis
slide?
Kogakis, as I probably appear. Can I share my slides?
Yes, can you, so who is?
Yeah,
Let me see
there
who-
was a mix-up and our entire team.
Okay. Go ahead.
Ksenia, you are muted. You are still muted.
Xenia, you have to unmute yourself.
Okay, am I unmuted?
Okay, perfect. Yes, okay.
Okay, great. Okay, so good morning from me, everyone, as well. My name is Ksenia Barberi, and I'm here to present you our team solution for the COVID-X program, CAH, or COVID at Home. Okay, so as we are all aware, the pandemic has struck the healthcare system very hard. There has been a huge strain. I was talking to a friend of mine the other day, and she was telling me that her 75-year-old father with arthritis, so high risk case, was found positive for COVID. And they, of course, rushed him to the hospital to get checked out. And this is the situation that they faced. Well, besides the obvious overcrowding in the pictures, he also ran the risk of his health deteriorating. He was already experiencing shortness of breath. And of course, additional risks of contracting other infections, different infections in the hospital that could prove fatal for his condition. He was told to quarantine at home and self-evaluate his symptoms daily in case he needs hospitalization, which, to be honest, could also prove to be very costly. What if, instead, he could recover at home comfortably and safely, and at the same time be in contact with his physicians and be able to record his symptoms accurately with provided sensors for more accurate measurements, and then receive a recommendation, a timely recommendation from their doctor for their need for hospitalization. Well, this is what we offer. This is COVID at Home. COVID at Home is a remote monitoring system. It consists of two applications. First of all, we have the patient's app, where the patient can input manually or with sensors, continuous monitoring sensors that we provide for SpO2 temperature and heart rate. They can input their measurements and symptoms as well as their medical history. And then the doctor, via his version of the app, can have full access to medical records and the patient's symptoms. And of course, we have also the medical data analysis module, that is a machine learning feature that adds provides the doctor with a recommendation for the need for hospitalization of the patient. We have also included a science module that is basically provides patients and doctors with relevant and useful articles for COVID, respectively. So how do we continue from here? First of all, we are currently in the process of advertising and selling our product within the EU market and hopefully later on international markets as well. We are continually trying to contribute to COVID research, so with systematic data collection. As a next step, we want to adapt our solution to fit other medical conditions, for example, cardiovascular diseases, and then it could be called Heart at Home. And maybe we would also like to approach the public sector, since that's where the pandemic has struck the hardest, and maybe we could help the COVID situation in a larger scale. This is our team. This is the team that made all of this happen. We're a collaboration between business and Bytes, an IT company that specializes and provides medical software solutions to over 30 healthcare providers for 15 years now. And our clinical partner, Vascular Research, that has provided us with a medical background for the CAH solution, and continues to provide us with improvements and information, as well as testing our solution to optimize it and improve it to be better for our customers. Thank you very much for your attention. And are there any questions?
Thank you so much, Ksenia. Questions for CAH?
Hi there. My question is, have you managed to already test the solution? And if so, with how many patients and with what results? And by results,
Yes.
I mean, what are you aiming? Are you aiming basically that health organizations save money, or what is the, how do you measure, or how do you explain the potential impact of your solution?
Okay, so we are currently in the process of testing the solution and validating it. We are performing our pilot study. We still don't have enough patients to conclude a full validation of the product, let's say. However, we expect to have some results in a month or so, month and a half, with give or take 100 patients, data from 100 patients. Yeah, so we can train the machine learning feature appropriately as well. So yeah, that's where we're at.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Other questions for CAH? No, then thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry,
go ahead,
Dmitry.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious in terms of the certification or other regulatory matters. So do you see this marketed as medical software, as a medical device? What's your pathway?
Yeah, okay, so the basis of the solution is already in the market. It's called BeHealth, the software basis. However, we do have included a machine learning feature, our medical data analysis module, that is considered a medical device. We have contacted notified bodies to get CE marking, the appropriate certifications. However, there is, I don't know, not a ban, but a delay in accepting new applications until 2023, I think. So currently we're trying to get past that. We are trying to get the ISO 13485, I think that's the correct number, that will provide us with an extra certification to move to the market. So yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any more questions? No, then thank you so much, Ksenia.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. Then next we have Madcap and Alessio. Alessio, do you want to share, or shall I share your presentation?
It's better if I can share mine.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Can you hear my screen, full screen?
Yes, it's
Okay,
perfect.
great. Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Alessio Gugliotta. I am the CEO of the company Avatar SRL that is based in Rome. And today I want to talk to you, first of all, about John. John is a 70 years old retired person. He suffers from hypertension and other comorbidities. And he knows that he has to follow therapy, but he always has concerns and doubts about his activities. So what he needs is an easy-to-use tool to follow him and educate him in self-empowering or empowering himself in managing his disease. Doesn't work. From the other side, we have Dr. Wong, who is a cardiologist, leads a team of doctors, so many people, who follow more than 100 patients around the world that has chronic disease and cardiovascular disease. His issue is that it has too little time for his patients, so he struggles to follow all of them. He is not able to take the right time. So, but this is just a general problem about all chronic disease patients that has a lot of issues and comorbidities, and now they also have the COVID-19 situation. The COVID-19 situation can induct many issues, starting from the fact that they have to be separated, detached from the doctors. They cannot contact them, they cannot have visits. But also there are issues related to the long COVID situation that create additional comorbidities to this type of patients. So they need high quality care and a daily control of their situation. From the other side, you have the doctors that lack a real scalable system to control all of them. So our solution is called Avatar. Avatar is a kind of mediator between the patient and the clinicians. From the one side, you have the clinician that finally can create a digital care plan for their patient and create collaboration with other doctors to follow the same patient and provide educational information. All of this is translated in an app for the patient that can easily provide medical data, personal information, and feelings. So not just pure data, clinical data, but also feelings, activities, diet information. All of them is then shared with the doctor that is able to create a proper analysis of the patient. And then in case act in a way to improve, change the digital care plan. And this is then fed back to the patient that has a continuous control of the situation. So in practice, we have two systems. From one side, we have a mobile app for the patient that is a form of chatbot, where the patient can easily interact by using the typing, by using the voice, or by plugging different types of digital devices that are wearable. We can use someone that can connect via Bluetooth or Google Fit or specific ecosystem like WeThings. Thanks to this, all this information can be then moved to Avatar. From the other side, you have a multiple set of tools for the doctors, starting from the idea of create a digital plan that is multifactorial, so not just disease, not just drugs, but a combination of all of this, including data to be collected, diet, and activities. Then you have a system where you can monitor the situation of the patient with different set of charts and information coming from the system, including risks, including red alerts, including action to be done. And then thanks to this control of the situation, you can interact with the patient in order to ask more information or have a remote conversation with the patient, or you can create some reports by at the level of single patient or at the level of a combination of patients. So imagine at a level of region or hospital and so on. So at the end, what we are proposing a unique platform for digital care for a multifactorial analysis of the patient. So at the core, we have the patient in all his aspects that can be assessed by the machine and providing alerts in case of critical situation, risk analysis for the doctors, but also for the patient, and action for the patient to remind to take drugs, activities, and so on. All of that is tracked in the sense that there is a ledger that doctor can check, but also third party can check in order to assess that the digital care has been properly addressed. Then a second aspect that we think is very important is that we are creating a stronger doctor-patient relationship. We are transferring the current relationship between doctors and patients in the digital world. So we create a system to connect them, to control the situation, and to create trust. Of course, we're aware that we are not the only in this landscape, but we think that we are creating a system that is really focusing on both the patient and the clinical side, starting from their requirements and their needs. In fact, we are also, this approach is also following our go-to-market strategy. We are creating synergies with many institutes across the world. We have different trials open, one for the MedCap project with Italian University of Catanzaro, but then we have two trials in South America, one with INCOR system and one with the Cancer Institute in Sao Paulo. We have two trials one trial ongoing in UK with the Leeds Hospital, and then one that is going to start in Germany with the University Hospital Frankfurt, and then different collaboration with the universities in Singapore, Shanghai, and again in London, university and hospitals. What are the results? Well, we have several testimonials coming from the ongoing trials. First of all, what we can highlight from them is that they see a multidisciplinary, multifactorial approach to the solution, to the disease management. They see a perfect digital remote care. They see time cost improving, so they can really improve the way they can interact with the patient. And then they also see the opportunity to interact, to link our system to other devices like wearable devices. Of course, the other side is the testimonial coming from the patient. This is the result coming from the trials ongoing in South America. And we can easily say that 100% of the patients see as Avatar an opportunity for them. And then most of them see that they indicate that Avatar app can be used for improve their health in terms of self-control of the disease, adherence to the therapy.
Alessio, you need to...
I'm finished.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so does anyone have any questions to Alessio?
Yes, if I may. Alessio, thank you for the presentation. Interesting. What I did not hear in your presentation is who actually is going to pay for this. What is your payment model? Is it actually the hospital with the clinicians who pay, provide access to the patients, or is this on the individual patient subscription base?
No. In principle, we can approach the market in two ways, B2B2C and B2C. We decide to start with the B2B2C because so basically the hospital is going to pay for their clinician, and then the solution is then offered to the patient through the clinicians. That's the approach. In fact, we also learn from these trials that there is not a specific set of requirements. Each doctor, each hospital is different. They want their own solution. So basically, our business model is mainly based on white labeling.
And if I may, a very small second question.
Sure.
How do you interact with existing solutions in the hospital?
Sorry, I missed. How do you
interact then with the existing systems in the hospitals?
So our solution is basically very open in terms of linking to existing system. So we basically engage with the clinician and the hospital managers, and we decide how to integrate our solution with their system, and we create ad hoc solutions for them. This means linking to their record system. This means using their wearable system. And then also in some cases also just use our APIs for specific set of analysis within their existing system.
Okay, thank you.
What about the accessibility features of your solution for the end patients that sometimes might be elderly people that they are not that acquainted with IT technologies? Because I saw that it seems that you have produced an app.
Yes, the app is a dialogue, is a chatbot style, so they can read or use text-to-speech solution to listen to the dialogues that is being activated by the chatbot, and then vice versa, they can talk, so they can use the voice to answer to the dialogues that is implemented. I have to say that all these dialogues has been created with specific UX experts, so they follow a specific process. We receive the requirements and come from the doctors, and then we create the dialogues according to the specific best practice, including interacting with the elderly people.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, great. If there are no other questions from anyone, then thank you so much, Alessio.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and we'll move forward with Valentina, representing DD Rehab.
Good morning. It's a
Alessio,
pleasure to be here.
Yes, if you could stop sharing.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, I will share my screen. Let me know once you see it. I suppose you can see it, but not in a presentation mode. Can you see it now correctly? Okay. Inability to concentrate, impaired memory, muscle pain, fatigue, difficulties breathing, arrhythmia. These are some of the symptoms that you may develop if you have the so-called post-COVID-19 condition. You have heard already about it. It's something that is spreading, is common. And people suffering from post-COVID-19 condition can be considered 2 times victim of COVID-19. Because this problem may impact their lives significantly. Their lives can be significantly limited in being active and productive members of the community. You can understand, and you heard already, how much this problem is linked to the trends of the pandemic. We reached more than 1 million infections in Europe in these days. And many more people get infected, many more people may develop post-COVID-19 conditions. From studies on this problem, we can have an estimate of the impact of post-COVID condition that is around 10,000 daily cases in Europe. You may even know someone suffering from this problem. And you can understand that with this number, we run a risk. We run the risk of leaving someone out, basically. We run the risk of leaving someone out of the good and correct healthcare and rehabilitation services that he or she may need to properly recover from COVID and post-COVID condition. And with our work, we wanted to manage this problem. With our work, we are mitigating this risk in the direction of guaranteeing rehabilitation services that are effective, inclusive, and equitable. This is also the reason why I'm here today to present you DD Rehab. That is a platform that supports the paradigm of digital home rehabilitation. DD Rehab creates a link between the patient and the clinician. It basically bridges the rehabilitation clinic world with the patient's home by allowing digital therapy monitoring and evaluating clinical assessment, while at the same time, it delivers motor and cognitive exercises following tailored rehabilitation plan to patients at their home. DD Rehab is in use now in clinical environment, and we collected feedback from clinical people using the system and patients as well. Franco Molteni, head of rehabilitation department in Ospedale Valduce, said that with DD Rehab, they are able in this moment to become a key player in performing long-term care in post-COVID syndrome. A patient using the system said something short, but for us crucial. He said, "I can really feel its importance." And for us, this was probably the most beautiful thing that we could hear, because we could touch, we could feel concretely that the system was helping this person. We could feel that the DD Rehab was helping this person in coming back to a normal life, fighting the post-COVID condition. And we want VD Rehab to be important in the lives of many, many other people. This is the reason why we are working on having it available in many, many other clinics, other healthcare contexts, because we really think, we are sure that the VD Rehab can make a difference for these people. And we are sure that the VD Rehab can make a difference in the world of rehabilitation. This is the reason why we call it the solution for home rehabilitation.
Thank you, Valentina. Does anyone have any questions?
I have one. Can you please speak a bit about your team, who you have on board, and the roles? Thank you.
Sure. We have basically two souls. We have a technical soul and we have a clinical soul. The technical soul is made of mostly 4 people, where we have our head of research and development, the person from which everything basically came out, is Maria Bulgheroni. She's a really particular person because she was born as an electronic engineer who worked for years in the world of healthcare. And she worked for years, more than 20 years, in the world of rehabilitation, paired with clinical realities in the Italian environment and in the European environment. And she was the one that had this idea of building up VD Rehab. But with her and with me, who I am the one managing the project, managing the product, we have also in particular 2 people working in the technical development, one on the technical side and the other one more on the software development side, where Walter and Laura, we should be also connected here today. We have also Giuditta managing the financial aspects. And this is our, let's say, more technical soul, whereas we have also our clinical soul, which is also our clinical partner in COVID-X, that had an huge and enormous importance in defining, profiling the solution in order to have the most complete and most correct set of features and functionalities that were suitable for the aim that we wanted to reach. So this is our group, this is our setting.
Thank you, Valentina.
Thank you too.
If I may, a very quick question.
Sure.
Thank you for the presentation, but could you dwell a little bit more on what your unique selling point is? How do you stand out among all the other applications that are being developed and are already available in the market?
Yes. Well, we had some interviews with the stakeholders in order to see whether our product was perceived as an innovation. For sure, we know that we are like an oddity in terms of knowledge in rehabilitation field. We have, as I said, years of knowledge in innovation in this area, and we can be considered vertical in this aspect. So I will say that kind of one of our unique selling point is our previous knowledge on that. But in terms of technical unique selling point, we saw that at least for the Italian market, there is nothing in use of this type. There is no solution actively used to create this connection between the clinician and the patients, in particular for post-COVID-19 condition. I think this is also the reason why also innovative other solutions are pushing in this direction, for what I've seen also from our other colleagues, other solution presenting today. So in terms of feedback from the market that we had on possible stakeholders and possible customer clients that we could have that are head of rehabilitation departments, head of clinics, they perceived it as new, as something that was not already available in the market now. So in this unicity and for what we could see around so far, there is nothing like the rehab technically news.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Valentina. We have to move forward in our agenda because we are a bit behind. Thank you so much, great presentation. And I would like to welcome Marcel from Gaston Scholar.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon from the Netherlands, although I'm in Dubai at the moment. I will share my slides. Let me see how that works. And I will put it in presentation mode. Viewable, seeable, Justina? Yes, okay. To put it short, imagine that we could heal ER patients one day sooner. That was the mission that we got in with together with our clinical partner in this very interesting COVID-X program. But let me address the problem issue of our clinical partner first by telling you a story. This is actually my family. I took the liberty to take my own picture at my sister's 50th birthday. To the right is my father, Harry. And let's imagine that Harry needs to go to the emergency room inside the hospital of our clinical partner. Is he able to enter right away? No. First, we have to decide if he's going to be treated on a regular ward or on a COVID-19 ward. And in today's practice, the physician will use ordinary clinical systems or blood samples, and of course PCR testing to decide whether Harry needs to go to the regular ward or the COVID-19 ward. If the PCR testing is done on the ER, a rapid PCR test is used, and that's very expensive. To our clinical partner, that will result in about €2 million costs of rapid PCR testing. And the capacity of rapid PCR testing is very limited. Of course, PCR testing can be done outside the emergency room at a centralized laboratory. And you need, well, let's say 2 to 6 hours, and that's very time consuming. So the magic of our project was, would COVID-19 be visible in regular blood samples of patients? Of course, when a patient is introduced to the ER, regular blood samples are taken. We know COVID-19 influences the organs, so it should be visible. And we used the project to validate this assumption. And yes, it is. With the use of artificial intelligence and a lot of data, we were able to detect COVID-19 inside blood samples. And we were able to have a safe exclusion of COVID-19, far more accurate than PCR testing, within the hour. And so we achieved at the of our clinical partner up to 60% reduction of using PCR tests. Furthermore, we were also able to detect asymptomatic patients, which is very relevant in the current state of the pandemic because of the Omicron variant. So with the validation we took the last few months, we were able to save 1.2 million per year for our clinical partner, not having to use rapid PCR testing. Otherwise, we have realized a gain in patients' health by reducing the time by 2 to 6 hours. So we validated this during the project, but to have this operating at a huge scale was an unmet clinical and operational need. So we used the COVID-X program to validate all these kinds of necessary assumptions in our algorithm and in the software which is managing the algorithm. We needed automatic calibration. We needed dynamic cutoff values, real-time prevalence adjustments. It should be useful for 100% of patients. And it should go way beyond detecting COVID-19 to other diagnosis areas. So together with our clinical partner, we used COVID-X to validate all this. And we achieved to do so to have the algorithm put into software and operated on a large scale inside the hospital. And beyond COVID-19, we're heading towards a library of relevant algorithms together with a clinical partner. Back to the story of my family. We are inviting hospitals to be our partner in healing people way sooner and benefit together with us from a lower cost of PCR testing with a huge gain in time and patient health. We offer it in terms of a hospital license on the algorithm software, which is fully connected to the health record system or the laboratory information system. We provide service and training. Together with our clinical partner, we decided on what should be a feasible price per year. And we took it to 12,000 euro per year, excluding VAT, which combines to 1% of yearly savings for our clinical partner. The way to the market, very small steps. And we are starting right now. Clinical partner Catharina Hospital adopted at first. 8 hospitals now are adopting the algorithm. We seek for adoption of the Dutch Association for Clinical Chemists. And of course, since our company, Gaston Medical, is a regulatory company, we will start to adopt the algorithm in our current customer base and work from there, step by step, small steps. Our team is ready to go. We have all necessary competences in place, from medical informatics to hospital pharmacy to clinical chemistry. So our team is ready to go, and we will invite hospitals to be our partner in this magical project of the last few months. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marcel. Great presentation. Does anyone have questions?
Dmitry here. A quick question. I believe you mentioned that this is more accurate than PCR. That's quite a strong claim. And the other question is, if it's more accurate than PCR, what's the baseline on which you evaluate the accuracy then?
During the clinical validation inside our clinical hospital, we achieved a non-prevalence indicator of 99.6%. So we used a baseline based on a patient group inside our clinical partner. Is that an answer to your question?
Well, partly, I guess what I'm trying to say is that given that PCR is considered the gold standard, right, with the nasopharyngeal swabs, so most of the time that is used as the reference, as the control. So if it wasn't, so on cases when PCR was wrong, how did you get the right answer?
During our clinical validation, we took the blood samples from patients who already got a PCR test, and we were able to achieve an R value of 1.0. So we are very close to normal PCR testing. If that's an answer to your question.
Right. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. If I may, I have 2 small questions. One is a technical one. If it's not PCR, what type of technology are you using? And would this be possible to use in remote locations like Africa or Latin America, where PCR is not so easy to implement on the point of care? That's the first question.
Yeah, very interesting question. Thank you for that. Of course, we need ordinary blood samples. So to operate this outside an hospital, there are some questions to be answered.
So the laboratory infrastructure, still a hospital lab you need?
Hospital labs or outside labs. So if there's a good infrastructure to have a good blood sample, it's doable. in every location, I would suppose. Yes, Frank?
Maybe we can have an offline discussion in more detail later. We can connect through LinkedIn, perhaps. The second question was, okay, the second question is a rather more business question, and that relates to your distribution model. Do I understand that you intend to distribute this directly to your customers, or have you already in mind to talk to the big medtech distributors, the large corporates, to help you with their networks?
Very interesting question. We are actually debating this one, Frank, so I would very much like to get in discussion with you on this. At the moment, we have a current customer base in the Netherlands, those who are using our medication safety clinical decision support system software. And we try to let those hospitals, our current customer base, adopt the software and the algorithm first. So doing it step by step. But the question how to scale up is still on our agenda.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move forward in time. Thank you so much, Marcel. Next one is Ricard. So if you could stop sharing, and then Ricard can start sharing. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, that's perfect.
Good, thank you. So our slogan at Amalfi Analytics is machine learning for clinical management. And the Traject is one of the pieces for a suite that we are building to help with the clinical management at, say, your hospital. In short, what the Traject does is two things. It uses the data available at your hospital to help experts formulate clinical recommendations for some disease and help clinicians apply them at the point of care. And the first question you may ask is, why is this needed? Don't doctors know enough of what they're doing, and don't they have clinical guidelines to do exactly this? Well, yes and no. Do they know enough? Well, not all doctors are experts in all diseases. And particularly in places such as primary care, certainly you have like a very generalist doctor that may not know enough about the particular diseases that they are dealing with. And about the clinical guidelines, well, sometimes there are clinical guidelines, sometimes there are not. If for COVID, for example, when COVID struck, doctors had to really improvise because they had no evidence, no clinical guidelines to rely on. And even for diseases that have been with us for many, many years, like diabetes or heart failure, we know that the general clinical guidelines are not enough because they cannot tackle really the diversity, the variability of in which the disease shows up. So we want to provide a tool so that clinicians can use the best available evidence, the best advice from the best doctors in managing the patients. The heart of the project is really this technology that we have developed at Amalfi. It's called trajectories. We have developed algorithms that basically take data from whatever patient population you may want, and creates this graphical representation of the evolution of patients, how patients transition from one state to the other. The states are the gray circles in this representation, and what are the probabilities and the risks associated to each state, and the possibilities of transitioning to other states. What we allow with our tool is to allow the experts to analyze these trajectories and make specific recommendations for different states. So for groups of patients that are kind of alike and have similar risks and possibilities of evolution in the future. This is the machine learning part, and I have to say that this is really a new technology that I don't know of any commercial approach that gives the same kind of information. In Traject, there are actually two parts. The part intended for the clinical committee, for the experts. Here, the software takes the data available at the hospital, extracts the trajectories corresponding to the evolution of the patients in that set of data, and then allows these experts to annotate each state with risks and therapeutical recommendations. These recommendations are stored to be used by the second part of the application, which is the application at the point of care. When patients arrive to the hospital, the software gets the information associated to each patient, puts the patient in one of the states in this trajectory, and shows the risk and therapeutical recommendations that that the experts did for this patient, or for patients like this one, to the doctor, who obviously has the last word in deciding how to treat the patient, but now is confident that he or she is acting according to the opinion of the experts and the best evidence available, at least at that hospital. What are the benefits for you, the hospital? First, you can now redesign or adapt general clinical guidelines when they exist to your local population. So because your trajectories are based on the people that you are really treating. And you can make sure that your doctors treat patients consistently according to the best expertise that you have around. That results in patient safety, in doctors that act more consistently and confidently, and on resource on optimization of the resources that you have. You make sure that no patients are either over-treated or under-treated. And of course, resource optimization always results in savings and reduction of costs. As a product, we make the product available to you, the hospital, as a service. So there is a setup fee plus a monthly usage fee. It is very adaptable. It can adapt to any structured data you may want to add to the product. We have used diagnostics procedures in medication in our tests so far, but we can add lab tests, demographic, and even social data. We have made it especially easy to install, so it can be really installed in about 2 or 3 weeks of your time with a little hassle for your IT people. And what is most important is we have not built one model for one disease, for COVID, or for one specific chronic disease. What you get is a model builder that can be applied both to acute diseases and chronic diseases. So you can work on one disease this week, on another disease next week, on another disease next week, and therefore you cover more and more of your patient population every week. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricard. Any questions?
Hi, hello. Can I go now? So, Ricard, how do you address the regulatory issues of medical devices? This is one question. The second one is about your team.
Okay. Very, very good question about the regulatory part. We are covered by for the first part, for the clinical recommendation part, for the part addressed for the expert, according to the lawyers that we have consulted. This is not a medical device, because basically what you get is something like the same recommendations you get in a PDF article published in the Lancet. So this is, we don't need certification for this. We would probably need certification for the second part, the part where in real time we address the patients, and we have, we are, as soon as the solution is more stable, we will apply to that. So the plan for the moment is to really commercialize at the short term, the first part, the part that lets the experts build the recommendations, and not the part that is patient by patient. And about our team, this is not our only solution. We are commercializing a number of products. There's 10 of us full-time. 5 of them are technical people, data scientists and statisticians. And there's 4 people in the market, customer support, marketing side. And me, I have my background is technical. They put me the label of CEO, so I have one foot on each side.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ricard. Rom, I think you are going next, but I see two Roms, so will the real Rom raise his hand? Okay, great. Hi, go ahead.
Can you hear
Whenever
me?
you're ready. Yes.
Sure, I'm ready.
Do you want me to share the slides or will you do it, Rom?
I can do it. Yeah, I have it open. So. All right. So thank you so much for letting us present immunity, which improves your immunity through better digestive health. And the partners for this are me, Rom from SoftBrick, technically, and then we have Ayurved, who is our clinical hospital partner. They are based out of India, and I guess the only participant clinical hospital outside the EU. So quite interesting that way. So what do we do right now? All of us are sitting here on Zoom and some of us are presenting and rest of us are probably our minds are wandering somewhere, something, because it's very hard to keep our attention. And what we realized is that it's really, really hard to keep your attention, especially if you have indigestion or some early morning problems. During COVID times, this has increased and most of us are embarrassed about admitting these things. These are latent needs we have, but if you have early morning inflammation, irritable bowel syndrome, anything, any digestion related problem, your day is basically gone. Then it's very hard for you to stay engaged in whatever you do. You are just not productive. So what happens? Most of us just suffer silently in what we call the Twilight Zone. What is the Twilight Zone? It is too painful for us to feel good. At the same time, it is too complicated, too much effort to go to a doctor. COVID is happening, so it's all too complicated. So most of us keep on silently suffering in the Twilight Zone. And this has a terrible impact for society because 70% of our immunity is in our gut microbes. And you search anywhere on any established journal, this is repeatedly stressed upon that how important it is for us to improve our gut, to most of our preventive health to focus on this, and yet very few of us actually do. So presenting immunity, which is a very, very simplified customer experience, a digital gut health program, which is priced at 24 years for individual users. It's a direct to customer distribution model, and it's a 5-week program. How has it been developed? So there is a COVID Armor algorithm that has been trialed by our clinical partner, which has used evidence-based Ayurveda, some of the learnings of the Indian traditional medical system, layered it with modern medicine, especially to understand organ inflammation, okay, the issues. On that, SoftBrick as a company, we work in voice technology in 22 languages now. So we have given it our machine learning and our voice technology boost, and we have created the platform. What is the customer journey then? Customers can very easily discover us pretty much on 5 channels right now. We are live on Facebook, Instagram, Google, Pinterest, Twitter, name it, we are all there, right? Customers can discover us directly. They do a quick assessment. Now, earlier, if you remember all the hospital forms, and I'm sure a lot of our participants also touch upon that, used to be very complicated workflow. We have simplified that. There are few text fields, and mostly you give open-ended voice-based feedback on how are you feeling, what is your lifestyle habits, etc. You do a quick payment, and then the interventions start. They're all over email now. I'm coming from technology background. There's always debate. Do you do apps? Do you do wearables? And we wanted to keep it very, very simple. Our target customers for any wellness products are typically women between 30 to 50 years age. And these women who are often time poor, they don't have time to get into more and more fancy technology. They want simple, clear answers, one intervention a day that they can follow. So we have a 5-week interventions. These are all diet and lifestyle based, and we are now going to introduce supplements. And then the real icing on the cake, where we are really different from many of these Calm, Zoom, Noom, etc. apps, is that we have created a one-to-many workflow where our physician actually monitors people with similar conditions, and the AI gives the physician a chance to look into all the feedback and automatically group, and he or she can then get back to people, giving them some corrective solutions. So you're not alone, you're being helped by someone. There is someone in the journey. And that fact that there is a blend of easy technology and humanity, that's what we believe makes the model scalable and powerful. So how powerful has it been? We went public on 1st of January and immediately got actually suspended by Google because we had COVID in the name. We recovered from that. Till now on the website, we have around 1.8K visits. We have 1,000 plus followers primarily on Instagram, and we have 105 users. Last week, we did some webinars also, and we had 70 attendees. Most of these users are coming with discounts. We are giving them discounts to attract them. And so the pricing will keep on testing. But here we are now. And the next step is pretty much in the next 5 months to scale to at least 1 million eyeball through distribution channel partners. We are already talking to some channel partners. So grow the user base. On internet game, it's always a simple math. If you go to 1 million into this whole funnel, we want to expand the interventions. Our partner has years of experience in handling latent diabetes. So that's something we are looking into. PCOD we are looking into. Language, Softbrick has experience in scaling in all major European languages. So we want to scale into different languages. And then for additional monetization, we are already having chat with some partners who are in musicology, etc., who would be interested, and they're also the wearable, etc. play can come in. We are extremely nuanced about it because we don't want to make it tech complicated. And having worked in technology all my life, I know how easy the trap is to fall into getting into tech complications. So we want to avoid that. And then finally, we are looking into growth funding right now. We are talking to some early stage funds already. And yeah, so that's where we are right now. So thank you. Any questions, please?
Thank you. Do we have any questions?
Yes, if I may. You mentioned you're ready for growth funding. What type of funding are you talking about? Is this like a venture capitalist giving lump sum and shares funding, equity funding, or you're more looking towards crowdfunding type?
No, we are no, we are looking into early stage venture capital, not like a late stage fund, someone who does seed funding. So we're looking into a proper seed funding round right now. Yeah, against equity.
Okay, thank you.
And we have started talking also to 1 or 2 funds just to measure the temperature. But yeah, and we have the financial model. So if anyone is interested, very happy to share those also, the metrics.
Yeah, I wonder what is the expected retention rate of those adopting your solution, because it's according to what you stated, it's like a 5-week long kind of intervention or whatever. So what do you expect that after these recommendations and change of habits, patients will improve significantly their health status and therefore not need any longer your application? Or what is the expected outcome of using your solution?
That's a fantastic question. So 2 parts. First part is to measure the improvement, and there in COVIDx, one of our mentors, Sarma's team has helped us a bit to understand and measure the actual improvement rate. So the current participants who have started in December, we are actively every week trying to take their feedback and understand the improvement. So that's step 1, understanding the improvement within the journey. Now, the post journey after the 5-week program, how do we stay in touch? We need to have a better customer lifetime model. We haven't been able to build that yet. So that would be also one of the next stage of interventions. When I say planning the next evolution of the company, will be to plan how to have a lifestyle model. Do we go back once a month? Do we do a quick pulse check? So we need to figure that lifetime engagement model. We haven't done it yet.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Ram. Always a pleasure. So now, just before the break, we have Laura. You are muted if you're trying to speak.
Yes. Can you see now the screen and the?
It looks a bit. It looks a bit weird. It's not a presentation mode.
Okay. Let me share again. Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. Let's go again. That's right. Can you see now?
It's better, but it's still, we see your browser window.
Ah, okay. Interesting.
You can try opening the browser window and clicking on F11 maybe.
Mm-hmm. I will just share the whole screen. It is better.
It's going to be okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so then I will just start then. So hi everyone. I think I will confess that I wasn't preparing for a pandemic in 2019, and probably you neither. My mind was like this blank space, really empty, with no idea of what to do, where to start. I just really was waiting. I was feeling afraid to ask myself really the inevitable question, right? Do I have COVID-19? Am I sick? Should I go to the hospital? Call my doctor? And it's really overwhelming. And it's incredible that still after 2 years of dealing with the pandemic, from time to time, I'm still asking myself the same questions. But I can say that also thanks to the effort of many professionals, including also their teams here, we have several options now. And today, my goal is to give you an additional tool to know where to start by simply using your phone or your tablet when wondering if you have been infected with COVID-19. I want you to remember that every decision, our decisions on how we deal with the pandemic are affecting everyone. And probably you don't really need to do a PCR test every 24 hours or call your doctor every day or every time you are feeling something. I think we are already aware that also our own worries are increasing the levels of stress, depression, anxiety of every health professional. And here I will quote also Bruno from before, stress is not sustainable. And as it is really clear that this pandemic will be with us for the foreseeable future, we need to help the health professionals to prioritize their time and their resources. So we at Symptoma, we are contributing as well to alleviate the pressure of the healthcare system by helping you to assess the risk of being infected with COVID-19. You just need to click here, enter your symptoms, and continue the conversation with our chatbot. And these, we are also then helping to reduce all the previous negative conditions that are affecting the healthcare professionals while increasing their well-being and overall performance that ultimately reflects on better patient care. Our application was designed to assess then the patients for COVID-19 risk in their native languages. Within this program, we have provided our solution into languages, so Italian or German. And thus we are allowing the doctor to give the necessary attention to each patient. I think also then another person within this, during the previous sessions, Alessio mentioned that they really have too little time for too many patients. And I think also this is also following our CEOs and co-founders, Yamane Teki and Thomas Lutz, two experts in the medical and the tech field, to follow their vision and bring our solution that was based also on several years of research And we are being proud as well to have them demonstrate our diagnostic accuracy that has been raising the bar in our field, and its sole mission to deliver the right diagnosis and the treatment to every patient. I think during this program also, we have the opportunity to work together with Claudiana in South Tyrol, and hundreds of patients in Italy then took the option to start assessing their COVID-19 risk before their doctor consultation. We have identified that only 14% of the patients that were in a high risk of being infected with COVID-19. Consequently, then the doctors could focus to give their attention to those with major needs. I think this was also our only purpose. And thank you for listening to me. And connect with us if you want also then to be part of the solution. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Laura. It's been a great presentation. Do we have any questions?
Hello, this is Dmitry. Maybe I didn't catch it, but how did you distribute this app, or how did the people get recruited to use it?
Within the COVID-X program, we have provided actually the tablets to both patients and doctors for patients to use the chatbot directly before the consultation, and for the doctors to see the results and the symptoms that the patient center also in their own screens. Otherwise, also one of our major points is always to provide free or improve really the right diagnosis, to get the right diagnosis to everyone. So the main, one of our main products, symptoma.com, is always free online in English. So you can just usually use any.
So for that paper that you mentioned, basically the people who used the app were the people who were already coming to the doctor's office?
So the paper was right before I got access to this program. So it was based mostly on also in Austrian users. We are being in cooperation also with the Austrian government to assess the COVID risk as well of citizens. And yeah, so we got the data mostly from outside of this project.
Okay, thank you.
So what is the business model behind your solution? Who is gonna be paying for your service?
As probably most of them or most of you also are aware, that in Europe, then the healthcare system is great as well, and we believe that it is better for us to connect directly with the health insurance and provide and being there the major payers. The mayor who are actually buying the solution, while then hospitals can implement, or then general practitioners as well in their individual offices can implement the service we are providing. But we are really then pointing out to health insurance and governments, of course, in general. Hope that was clear.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, dear.
Thank you.
I think we're ready for coffee then.
Rita, do you want to take over?
Yes, sorry, trying to unmute myself. Sorry, guys, I have ongoing construction on and off, so kind of silence on my side to be able to. So we'll have a coffee break now, and we will be back, I would say, in 11 minutes. So I can leave my slide on, and we'll try to be back at 11:35. Okay?
Valentina wants to say something, so I'll unmute her quickly before we go.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt with a silly question, but I needed a recap on the voting procedure because I'm like now starting having like thousands of questions in my mind on the 3 votes, 1 vote on Miro board, not on Miro board. So can you summarize it again, please, to be sure to do it correctly?
Yes, I can explain it very briefly.
Thank you.
In your personal team Miro boards for Open Call One solutions, you have a voting field at the end. So if you scroll to the back of all your boards, the last one is for voting, and you have team names there that you can vote for. Put in the order of how they are presenting today. You have 3 votes in total. You cannot vote for yourself, but you are free to distribute 3 votes as you wish, either 3 votes for 1 team or 3 teams, 1 vote, or 2 and 1, however you like.
Okay, so we can put 3 votes for 1 single team also.
Yes,
oh, okay.
Not for yours.
Yeah, okay, sure. And should we put like a tick that we can find there, like
just put number 3 next to the team, so we can count the votes. So if you put 1 vote to 1 team, 2 votes to another, so like, you know, so that the total amount is 3.
Perfect. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Thank you all, and see you after the break.
Thank you. See you shortly. So Joris is next.
Yes. Can you promote him?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi,
Can you hear me?
Joris. Yes, yes, perfectly well.
Okay. I'm going to share then my screen.
Of course.
So, right. Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm Joris from Be Well Innovations. And I'm not going to give you a presentation, but I'm going to show you directly what we do and how we manage to add a complete COVID triage functionality within our system. Our system is used in quite some hospitals, whether it's to follow up patients already or via clinical research studies in Europe and even currently outside Europe. So I will show you what the professional can do within this platform. Just to log in. This is the demo account. Can you afterwards also show you the patient account with a real patient myself in that case. So this system allows patients to be followed up via their healthcare team. Most of it is the case within the hospitals themselves for specific pathologies, which means that based on the functionalities we have created over the past few years, like for example, a complete questionnaire block, making sure that patients can answer questionnaires, specific prem-prom questions at specific moments, and dealing with the outcome parameters of those questionnaires and triggering new outcomes based on the past. We can try to follow up and optimize processes by guiding patients outside the hospital, so before they go and after when they leave the hospital. And it's not only with prom medically validated questionnaires and so on, but also, and that's a very good point, is the measurements system. It's a system where you can, as a patient, try to measure yourself via medical devices, your own vital and vital parameters, and are automatically sent towards your healthcare team within the hospital, and they follow you. And that's where we made the connection with the COVID system, because here in several of our clients, they have a rapid response team on the emergency ward, and they're looking continuously not to the screens, but they monitor you continuously. And when on the screen something pops up, like this patient has done a measurement which is out of boundaries and so on, well, then they can react on it. And those protocols which are in place have been copied and have been, we try to improve them for the COVID situation, which means that patients are not only answering questionnaires about their COVID symptoms and about everything around that COVID situation, not only going to deliver you measurements, but also get educational information about how you can protect yourself more, or even if something happens, then the patient can be, let's say, be put in contact with your healthcare team to find out, oh, now you have a lower risk, or now your risk is higher, pay attention for this and that and so on. So you can start to communicate with the patient. Of course, it is also important that the patient themselves can give their perception about a health status. Like, for example, how much pain do I have currently? It's a perception, it's not a measurement. And it's the combination of the outcomes of medically validated questionnaires, whether it's COVID or not related, combination with the measurements a patient does at home or outside the hospital, in combination with the perception, the diary questions the patient answers, that you can get a better overview of the health status of that patient, and then in this case related to COVID. Then you can, of course, as a healthcare team say, okay, I'm gonna do a teleconsult. I'm gonna book a teleconsult with a patient, can see him via distance in a secure way. There's not a Zoom or a Teams. And I can even leave notes behind for my colleagues and so on. But this only can work when it's connected also to your electronic medical record of the hospital. So you need a complete integration, which we have. And that, of course, facilitates all these processes. Now, how do we check those patients? Well, that's via a specific dashboard. And with our clinical partner, AZMM, we have created this dashboard where we say, okay, we have a certain patient, and depending on that patient's answer on those questionnaires and measurements, we see a lot of outcome parameters, and depending on those outcome parameters, we have orange or red flags. And depending on the amount of orange and red flags, we can interact on the situation of the patient. We can, for example, say, hey, for this patient, we have to let them go to the emergency ward, or we have to contact their GP, and so on and so on. Even we can send via our rapid response team an ambulance to the patient's home. And that's what we did with many patients, not only with our clinical partner AZMM, but also with others. And I can show it in a moment in real life, because our system is already reimbursed in Belgium. The government saw that this is really working and placed a reimbursement specifically for the COVID follow-up. The other functionalities, they are used by the healthcare professionals in the hospitals and are paid by the hospital. So it's not the physician that we go directly to get money from them. No, it are the hospitals that we license a complete system like this towards them. Now, if I just show you tele-COVID, what a patient can see, it's not much this, but currently I have COVID at this moment. And a week ago, they enrolled me literally via a hospital here in the vicinity as a COVID patient. And that hospital uses our COVID solution, and they call it tele-COVID. Now, if I look to, for example, the measurements, well, the measurements that I've transmitted automatically via the measurements I did the last few days are those. And then you can see, for example, if I just hover over one of the parts, is that, for example, on January 21st, I had a little bit fever. My blood pressure was a little bit higher. My SpO2 was okay. But for example, here on January 24th, SpO2 94%. So they can see in an instant what happens with the patient. And also they asked me to answer questions about COVID related questions, flu related questions, which I can't see anymore because I completely finished the questionnaire. So there is no bias possible, of course. And then what is also important is that they supported me via messages. So the physicians in that 24/7 rapid response team, they communicate with me like, hey, Kate's in Dutch here, I'm sorry about that, but they communicated via the tele-COVID USA team. They said, okay, this and this, you have to take vitamin D more, and we can give you a prescription for that, and so on and so on. So it gives you a feeling like, okay, I'm monitored, even if I don't see my physician, even I don't see my healthcare team, I'm monitored in a way that that I can stay home. And if needed, I can get a teleconsult and they can see me face to face via the computer. Of course, these models are only have a way of surviving if somebody pays. And we see that the evolution is there, that due to COVID, especially, that there is a more, let's say, a tendency that governments and hospitals want to pay for this to facilitate these processes. Because also for the hospitals, they say, okay, if we use this, we can augment our processes, improve them, so lower costs. So let's take that part of the money and invest it in functionalities like these. So you don't have to go every time via the government. There are other business models behind that also work. So that's a little bit I want to explain you about what we did in this COVID solution and how we have implemented it as a whole.
Thank you so much, Joris. Do we have any questions?
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Very interesting. I'm curious about how do you address the medical device regulation, and well, go for that, and then if I have follow-up questions, I will.
It's a difficult one, the medical regulation. We are compliant, conform the medical regulation. See medical the new regulation, MDR, and parts of our solution have analytic functionalities behind. Those parts are MDR approved. All the rest is not, because that's not possible. So you have to split things in parts. Otherwise, you will end up with a system that cannot be approved as it's too complex. Everything you change, you need a new approval. So we split up the non-medical parts, the just functionalities, with the logic, the decision things. And we made the decision things CE medical device regulated, but as a whole, you can put it on the market as an CE medical device, but you need to be able to split it. Yeah.
Okay, so just to clarify, you have an approval from a notified body that you can operate, that you are compliant with, just to be clear on that.
Yeah, very clear. But don't forget, if you have an approval, let's say, for example, for CE, and we are now in the last straight line for the SFDA in Saudi, I can tell you it's a process which starts all over again. You know, we have everything, we can prove to you this and that. They start all over again. So it's not the international way, market is not standardized yet. I hope it will come, but because it's a hard way to get every time your approval in a certain region.
Thank you.
So what are your expansion plans? What is your roadmap from now on? It seems that you are already established in Belgium, no, with your solution.
We are already current available. We sell our solutions in the Netherlands. We sell it in France. We sell it in Sweden. For example, in Sweden with Danderyd Hospital combined with Karolinska. We have 2 hospitals in Saudi, which uses our system already, and we have 2 options in Singapore. So we showed our investors that we can scale. Now, a new model will come this year, and I think that's a better SaaS model for us, because now today we have to approach every time via local resellers to put our solution on their market. But what if tomorrow we can license for an individual physician, for example, this platform, they buy a license for a year, automatically via a web shop, automatically behind it will run a script to install an instance as a copy of this platform. And you can, as a physician, you can follow up your patients outside your cabinet, which is in test today, and which we do. So suddenly our market can become very large via SaaS model and an automatic installation and follow-up of this. We have proven the working mechanism behind, because you can create your own care pods, you can create your own questionnaire system, you can create your own IP educational information things. And we've proven with more than 2 million patients and a lot of hospitals that it works. So it's a SaaS model that for us is important to be able to scale up quite quickly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joris.
If I may, Joris, a small question. It's impressive you've addressed already with a patient base of 2 million patients, but your access to the medical records is a critical one. If you can't integrate and connect to the electronic medical records, then your solution would be in jeopardy, isn't it?
Yes.
But this is very well regulated and accessible in Belgium and the Netherlands, where these records are sort of harmonized, and there is a regulation around access to data and management of data and quality control on data. But how are you going to attack this in a country like Germany, where this is much more fragmented? Every London, every region has their own rules. Or in a country like Italy or Greece or Romania, where you may not have access to the uniform medical records.
We don't need the access to the medical record directly. Our system is installed intramuros on the server infrastructure of the hospital. Can be used multicentric and even cross-country if needed for studies. But the important thing is that we can communicate via standard protocols, which are, let's say, the easy ones and the well-knowns are the HL7 and FHIR communication protocols, but there are also others. And we see that worldwide, there are 4 or 5 big players. I'm not talking about tier 2, but the big players like the Cerners, the Epics and the Chipsofts. Well, with Cerner, we are 100% integrated, literally. And because they cannot deliver what we have and they want us. And that's why we have an easy access in the Middle East, for example, because they are present over there. If you look to tier 2, so the smaller EMR integrators, like ones from India and from Egypt, there we see that they try to also comply with HL7 FHIR communication. So for us, as long as we don't have any data points and we can communicate, then it's feasible. But you have to be very careful about the data of patients. And as a company, we don't have
why
any
I was
data.
asking this. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
we don't have any data point, and I don't want that. I want to keep our company out of that discussion. Yeah,
that's wise.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I will stop the discussion here because we need to move forward. Thank you, Joris. It's been really great presentation. So now we have a very short break, not an actual break, but more of a mental break. And I give the word to Blanca.
Hello. Have you ever wondered how many hours on average we are sitting on a working day? The average office worker sits for about 10 hours. As Bruno already said, we live in Teams, we live in Zoom. We sit in front of the computer, plowing through emails, writing proposals, making calls, eating lunch, and then what? We arrive home and we sit in front of the TV like this, watching Netflix. So do you know what? Experts now say that we should start standing up at work for at least 2 hours a day. So luckily for you, I'm here to help. And I'm going to guide you through some exercises to energize a bit. So I'm going to ask you to stand up with me. I don't know if you can see. Let's put the chair aside. And we are going to start by the ankles. We are going to move them in circles. We're going to start by the right one. So we are going, you cannot see, but you have to do it at home, okay? From one side and then to the other. And now the left ankle. Very good. And now I'm going to ask you to run on the spot. You're going to move your arms with energy like this. I had a knee surgery, so I'm not going to do it very energetically. But we have to do it for 10 seconds at least. So I hope all of you are doing this at home. Very good. And now we are going to stop and we are going to pat our body. We are going to start by the right thigh and do it like this. Try to keep in the balance. Very good, ladies. Now the left one. Let's wake up our body. Now the stomach, the butt, right arm, then above and then below. Above, then the left one, above and then below. And we are going to start pinching our body like this. We are going to start again by the right thigh, keeping the balance, pinching our body, waking it up. And then the left one. Then the stomach, the belly, the butt. Now the right arm above and below, above and below. Very good. And now I'm going to ask you to sit again, because we are going to massage our face a little bit, okay? We are going to start with the chin, like this, doing like this. The cheekbones, forehead. Very good. And we will continue by the head itself, like doing a little massage like this. You can close your eyes to feel that you are like in a spa, not in an event, and doing it all around your head. Very good. Very good. Very good. And now to finish, we can grab our wrists and stretch a little bit. I don't know if you can see from one side. Very good. And then the other arm and the other wrist, stretch a bit. And to finish, we can move our neck in circles like this. From one side, the other side. And that's it. I hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you, Blanca. Yes, we did. And we do know which of you skipped and just laughed from me and Rita, so we'll find you.
Thank you.
It's being recorded. Not by chance, Blanca, a couple of months ago, I saw a webinar and the title was "Sitting is the New Smoking."
Really? I didn't know that.
Because of the problems that it can cause in your lower back and lack of muscle because of spending so many hours sitting down.
Yeah.
So this was great for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great. So whom do we have now?
I see that Captain X has to disconnect for a bit, so maybe we can move to the next one if we have, and then we can move Captain X to the back to the end of it. So the next one then would be Kirill, if he is here.
I have twice Kirill, so can you please raise your hand to the... Okay, do you want to share your screen or shall I share your slides, Kirill?
He cannot speak yet, so you have to promote him to the panelist.
I did, so...
Okay. I don't see him yet.
Did you receive a notification to... You have no option to speak.
I give the option to speak, but you, but he's not yet promoted. Kirill, you should be able to unmute now.
Okay, now you're promoted to panelists after clicking 200 times on my side. So do you want to share your screen, Kirill?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Hi.
Okay, just a moment. Can you see my slide?
Yes.
Yes, a little bit
Wonderful.
small, but yes.
It's a full screen size, should be okay. Okay. The COVID testing can be made better. I love to make things better with computer software and engineering for all my life. And when I find out that there is a huge problem in the COVID testing and one of the most important tools in fighting with the epidemic, and this problem can be fixed by computer software and engineering, I started to learning and working on it. And our team finally came up with a solution for improving the mass testing for COVID. I am Kirill Vechera, the CEO at Jetware, and we are a startup from Rome, Italy. We develop open source software management and data analytics tools for thousands of enterprises, universities, and startups. And we work also in the industrial optimization sector. Our solution for the COVID testing is software and testing protocols that optimize existing PCR testing workflows with pool testing and machine learning. We extend existing laboratory PCR workflow with pooling. It means that instead of testing individual patients, we mix several samples of these patients into a single pool, and then we test these pools instead of individual samples. If a pool results negative, it means that all patients are negative. And if the pool results positive, we need to run another testing round. So by applying pool testing, we are capable to increase the testing capacity of the laboratory and reduce testing times and costs. LONT is based on 3 key technologies. First is the advanced pooling algorithms that that are suitable for different testing conditions and requirements. Then machine learning models that analyze patient data and provide the optimal testing strategy for each patient sample. And then end-to-end automation and support of the testing process, from the automated design of the mixing protocols to tracking samples, pools and assays, and finally to decoding PCR assay results back to patients. LONT is intended to use in healthcare for the diagnostic and treatment of COVID, and in infection control to prevent the spread of infection in the healthcare facilities, and also for screening general population like traced contacts and employees and students at workplaces and in schools. We entered the COVID-X program to validate our solution in real-life hospital settings with clinical partner Humanitas Research Hospital from Milan. Then they provided us with a dataset of 13,000 patients with complete blood tests, inpatient status, comorbidities, and PCR tests. So to assess the product, we created a simulation of the PCR laboratory that works on a workload reproduced from the full year of the testing process of this hospital. And we measure the efficiency metrics such as cost effectiveness in terms of the number of PCR assays needed to test these patients, then manual labor of lab personnel, and waiting time to get testing results. We intentionally tested our solution in the worst case scenario for LONT to get the minimal value that LONT can provide to the laboratory. And what are our outcomes? The blue bars are baseline that we measured in the standard PCR process without LONT. Then we tested different testing strategies with LONT, with pool testing only without patient data. These are red bars. And finally, we tested the combined solution that integrates risk scoring of patient data with pool testing. And these are yellow bars. And in this worst case scenario, during the full year testing, we get the minimum value LONT provides to the laboratory is 47% less testing costs. It means PCR assays, and 29% less manual labor. So what could we expect in a normal case conditions? We can expect 10 times more testing capacity of a laboratory with 5 times less testing costs and 3 times faster testing results. And that means for the healthcare provider, less waiting time and better patient care, improved patient safety and better prevention of the spread of infection in healthcare facility. and saving more resources for other tasks. And that's how we make the COVID testing better. Thank you for your attention, and please your questions.
Any questions for Kirill?
Dmitry here. A quick question. In terms of the state of the art, one definitely should consider the methodology that's used in China, right? Where 10 million people are routinely at this point tested in 1 week. What I'm trying to say is that in that case, the scale is by far, larger than the numbers that you were showing. So how does this scale, and how does your methodology compare to what they're doing?
So basically in China, they use the different scale is the organizational question, because they are government managed scaling testing. In our case, we were targeting both civil protection, that is general population screening, and hospital testing. We found during our 2-year experience to trying to put this product in market, that talking to hospitals is the most feasible way for us to start this product. So while the product can be used in any laboratory, and it requires just several days to start using it, to validate the product, we need to put the product on the market, we need to get good validation, good evidence. And it's much easier to get with hospitals. But yes, it's completely scalable to any scale, to full Europe scale, to international scale.
Kirill, if I may?
Yeah.
You haven't explained anything about your capacity to produce, develop, deliver, distribute, market. What is your team? How big is your team here?
Okay, we are 15 people, mostly software engineers, software and system engineers. We work in partnership with Amazon Web Services and Microsoft Azure. So they are our main distribution channel. So we are capable to deliver our solution worldwide in a days. But to offer this product to healthcare providers, we need also a sales channel. And we are currently starting a direct sales model because we need to get our first customers. But then we definitely will need to work with regional partners, with system integrators, healthcare solution vendors to sell our product through the channels.
Mm-hmm. Because I can imagine that the moment that you start with a large customer base, you need a huge service help desk, for example.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Then we have Kay Covery. Seppo, do you want to share your screen?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah, I'll share my screen, just a second.
Okay, perfect.
No. Do you see it? And you're hearing me as well, I presume.
Yes, it's perfect.
Excellent. So this could be a doctor trying to figure out what is going on with patients suffering from COVID and having been hospitalized and trying to figure out whether the condition is improving or deteriorating. It could just as well be the patient trying to figure out how long is this going to last, and when am I symptom free, when am I safe to continue my normal life. My name is Sepp Slorny. I'm from a company called Kamu Health, and we've been founded in 2017 with the sole purpose of providing digital technologies for managing chronic respiratory conditions. In the COVID-X program, we took our existing CE marked product and together with our clinical partner, started to see how it needs to be extended or how it can be used to track the condition of hospitalized patients who have been in hospital due to severe COVID infection. And like we have heard today multiple times, I go this through quickly. It's a long-term burden for the patients. And what hasn't been discussed so much is actually, at least in the early mutations of COVID, 1 out of 3 hospitalized patients end up rehospitalized, readmitted within 5 months after being discharged, and 1 in 8 of them died. This is data from UK. And at the same time, like we've heard, the symptoms are really a plethora of different symptoms. Very difficult to find out what is relevant, what isn't, and quantifying these, as they are very subjective, is hard. So what is clear, there's urgent need for solutions that actually provide quantified data as a basis for both prioritizing the patients so that the limited resources of the healthcare providers can be targeted to the right patients, and at the same time we need valid data to continuously learn on the disease in order to improve the care and medication and science related to COVID-19. So with that said, what we did, we took our existing COPD and asthma health monitoring and adherence tool, which comes with native Android and iOS applications for the patient, together with a clinical grade spirometer that is designed for home use for patients at home, and we added additional measurements from Withings CE marked smartwatches that provide continuous or at will pulse oximetry and physical activity tracking as well. In addition to that, what the application provides is pre-configured symptoms grading depending on the interval that the doctors wish to track, free-form reporting of symptoms, obviously, medication intake tracking, so the profile for the patients and his medication is built into the application, and depending on the settings, the application asks the patient to confirm that they've taken their daily medication. Then the spirometer and lung function testing for this full spirometry is performed based on preset criteria, and the user is reminded to do this. And then we do the pulse oximeter tracking with the wearable. All of this data is available through either our cloud-based our cloud system for smaller clinics and vendors that do not have existing EHR system, but for bigger entities, bigger hospitals that have system from Epic or Cerner or some other standard-based API, we do have HL7 and FHIR APIs built into the system, in addition to our proprietary APIs. The team that we have is pretty much the core team of the management has combination of product, technical, and business skill set, but half of it is basically clinical medical expertise and science and research basis, and that's where the Kamu DNA comes from, basically. With Kamu, our customers who are B2B customers, so hospitals mainly, get a existing product that is built for international use. We provide the necessary hardware and the software out of the box, it's not a customized project, it's a product, and it can be utilized in addition to COVID-19 recovery tracking for our bread and butter use, which is severe asthma and COPD use. And we sell this through a SaaS model. For the COVID-19 cases where the timeline is somewhat different, we are yet to decide what the correct business model looks like. That is my short pitch on the COVIDx project. Now I'd love to get some questions from the jury.
Thank you so much. Any questions?
If you were to highlight the distinguishing feature of your product versus other remote monitoring solutions, what would be the biggest highlights?
It is practically in terms of this COVID-19, it is the thoroughness of integration and usability on the mobile devices, so the end user experience. On a customer side, it's the fact that this is in commercial use, so we can provide references of this, and this meets the criteria for what being a commercial product and not a project means. So it's a certified medical device as a whole. And then for the more traditional use cases for us for asthma and COPD, and really the essence of and uniqueness of Camu is how we use the data. So this is not relevant for the COVID use case, but for the others, the challenge with any chronic condition is not the technology. It's how you keep the patients engaged with their care pathways, not from 2 weeks to 3 months, but from year after year. And there, how you create an engaging user experience is really the key. And when we utilize the data from all the users in anonymized format to continuously pump information for the user on how people like you are doing, or how they are reacting to external factors like air pollution changes or weather changes, and how medication usage is, for example, changing. As this is one of the key behavioral triggers for people, what they get accustomed and addicted to, since what we want to do is create habits from the good behavior in treating the condition, and instead of refreshing your Facebook page or your Instagram feeds, people hopefully use small percentage of that time and track how they are doing in respect to others with a chronic condition. And while doing that, they actually end up remembering that they need to take their medication and treat themselves according to the care guidelines that are and care paths that are coded into their personal profile.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Any more questions?
If I may, just to latch on that last comment, that resounds something with me, our own experiences in one of our companies. How do you measure medication compliance with the patients? I mean, is this a voluntary input, or are there other ways of measuring and in improving medication intake?
Yeah,
because compliance is big issue.
Yeah.
I totally agree with you.
Yes, and especially with chronic respiratory conditions.
Chronic conditions, yes.
Yeah, for any.
Yes.
But with respiratory conditions and asthma especially, there's additional benefit or bonus is that the standard of care treatment of inhaled corticosteroids costs tens of euros per month. And if you're not compliant with that, you are easily bumped up to what is called biologic treatments, and they cost thousands of euros per month. So there's a monetary incentive to keep patients compliant with the standard of care. But really, what we do, we try to nag as little as possible in the application. We ask once per day that, hey, have you remembered to take your meds? Just answer yes or no. We don't care about the amounts. We do support also some of the add-on sleeves for tracking automatically when medication is taken from these inhalators. However, they are so, or the market reach is so limited that they are only used in clinical trials at the moment. Would be happy to see them used more in being available in more generic form. Then third option that we know is used with our doctors is that in Finland the doctors can see how many times the persons have actually collected the medication from the pharmacy, and they can compare that to whatever it is that the patients have reported by themselves. But there is no silver bullet that would provide a easy way out of not asking from the patient themselves to acknowledge that.
And from the user perspective, what is the biggest benefit to the patients that they report on themselves?
Yes, that we have asked in questionnaires and interviews from the patients, and it is the biggest single is the relief from uncertainty. So the lung condition is something you don't have that many pain sensors in your lung tissue, so it's very difficult to know how you're actually doing, which way your trend is developing, and by the time you actually start to get symptoms like constant coughing and other stuff, your lung condition has degraded 25%, 30% from what it can be when you are all well. And this uncertainty, relievance from these uncertainties is the biggest benefit. Monetary wise, that relates into reduced lost work days, and for pharma companies, that also on the other side of the coin means improved sales, since they go hand in hand. The more adherent you are your treatment, the better you feel, and the more drugs are actually sold.
Okay, thank you, Seppo. We need to move forward. Do we have Eyvind here? If we do, can Eyvind raise his hand? Okay, yes, we do have him. Great. Rita, you're muted.
Yeah, I was just laughing. We have a lot of people with an identity crisis today. I don't know what's happening in this Zoom session. Okay, you want to share your screen, Eyvind, or shall I show your slides? Okay, perfect. You are still muted, however.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect. Yeah.
Thank you. So as an officer, I learned that the weakest link is as important as the strongest link. And as a medical doctor, I learned that vaccines and medicines are good, but treatment without is better. And as a brain scientist, I have learned that human psychology has been overseen in this pandemic. I also learned about suffering. I have lost my 2 children due to a Danish healthcare system with a broken back and COVID-19. But I know that we all have suffered. And it is important that if we as a species are to discover new planets, we cannot go into space wounded. So my company is addressing the problem of the damaged human psychology. We have a problem because COVID-19 has isolated us from ourselves. Freedom is something we have forgotten. Anxiety and stress is in some way inflicting everyone. This problem my company wants to solve. How? Well, you're the first audience ever introduced to a new concept. TAS, test as a service. We'll come home to your door, you will spit in a cup, we will analyze the test while you're sleeping, and when you woke up, you have the answer. TAS is finished in Finnish language, meaning again. And of course, we'll do this again and again until the new variants of COVID-19 is away. but this can also be used for any future pandemic. My company takes responsibility while you are sleeping. First of all, we have our Self app. Let's look what's underneath the hood of this app. First and second, there are robotics. Robotics is needed because we have to decrease labor for the healthcare worker. We have tested our AI solution, both on existing robots in the hospital, but we also made our own proof of concept robot. Second of all, it is our AI, the Self AI. And here I would like to say thank you to the Codex program for letting us train it during these 9 months. We've gone from an ensemble model to a deep learning model. We improved accuracy. We had a software, which was a desktop. Now we have a full dashboard. We analyzed more than 4,700 patients. We applied federated learning. And then we have the mobile application for each independent user. We also have robotics hardware. We also performed go-to-market and sales studies. And we found that our product is the best scientific product on the market. Why? Let's see here. It is because our product can be used even though the prevalence rises. Other competitors who also use the same AI concept as we do, they cannot work when the prevalence of COVID-19 is high. Our solution can be used even though it rises. How do we know this? Well, first of all, you can look at the accuracy. Our TAS test system is much more accurate than the quick tests. However, the detection window is much better than the quick test. And also the cost of testing is much better than the gold standard PCR. And of course, our solution is the most sustainable solution. If we're to fix this pandemic and the damage on the human psychology, we need a sustainable system that will last when the new virus will arrive. And data shows that proof of concept trials from Denmark, we saved more than 76% of the PCR tests when the prevalence was low. We saved 10 euros per test, and savings in plastic were 77%. If you look to the right, that's the data from the Sørmas Hospital in the Codex project. The prevalence was high at the hospital, but still we saved 21% of the PCR tests. We do this because we introduced pooling, like was presented by Lump earlier, but also because we individualized pooling. And of course, I can come back to this in the question and answers. But we don't only look at a sustainable system for saving plastic. We also look at a sustainable system where also the weakest link is in the same boat as the strongest link. So we're introducing that we actually pay every user to be tested with our accurate system. How is this possible? Well, it is because we're saving the hospitals for so enormous amounts of money. Of course, our company take a share of this and we distribute the revenue to the user. This is a picture from visiting centers from homeless people. This is from one of the richest regions in Denmark. And if the homeless here get COVID-19, they actually have to sleep in the woods to be isolated. But of course, what happens is that they walk around in shopping malls in towns. Everyone has to be on board if we want this pandemic to stop. The result of our solution is that the healthcare worker will have more time with their loved ones. And we need healthcare workers who are strong, who can watch out for us, because right now the healthcare workers have a broken back because they're overloaded with work. I would like to say thank you to the Codex Consortium. It's been an amazing project, and especially thank you to Elena and Borja and Ignacio for being excellent collaborators. And of course, also to core members of the team, Pernille Stage, business developer, and not least scientist and co-founder Farsin Kamari. At last, I would like to say that the future is ours. It is bright if we want to, and we can take our pencils and start drawing today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eivind. Questions for SEGTNAN solution?
If I may, this time. Question, a stupid question, if you allow me. If you collect these samples at people's homes and then deliver the results and all that, by the time that you're scaling up to large numbers, would your transportation costs not increase your overheads tremendously?
Of course, this is an important issue to be addressed. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And
I'll leave
it
to Diego and Dmitry.
But and just to answer that,
Okay.
the reason why we have, of course, we started with the development of the AI, of the software, but the more we have worked with the market, and of course, the more we see how PCR testing is performed today, there's an enormous problem. And that is that we take the test and then we walk around the society for 3 days or 4 days waiting for the answer. And of course, this is making us scared because we all know that this is not a sustainable way to do testing. We also know it demands a lot of money, a lot of plastic, but when you take a test and you walk around, then you actually infect people when you're waiting for the test. So this is why I ended up with the solution that we have to do the testing when you're sleeping at your home. And of course, you can do this because we increase the test capacity with our AI system of pooling to this individualization. So when you ask about the transportation costs, of course, this is an enormous project if we are to succeed. But let's be honest, we don't want to treat symptoms of the disease. We all in this room want COVID to stop. And then we need to do things properly. And then we need this system, we believe. So of course, how to do it? Well, you either have to, of course, make our own organization for this, but there's also enormously big amounts of deliveries. Wolt, Just Eat, you have so many who's coming home to you. And we can see how all these young people who's trained in testing, then there are many possibilities here of how you can do this.
Okay, thank you.
Well, and actually to follow up on what you just mentioned, well, in fact, many of the delivery services practice very much contactless, specifically because a single person moving around between, tens of people every day is actually a perfect transmission vector, right? So I'm just saying that this particular aspect is not very well adaptable for somebody who has to interact and in fact interact with somebody expressing body fluids, into an open container.
I think you're addressing an important question because the question is how do we contain each other? And at least here in Denmark, there are enormous lines at the test centers where people are not keeping distance. So we know that these lines in these test centers can be a very potential factor for that we actually transmit disease. So we have to address this. We cannot just pretend that it does not exist. So of course, if you have delivery services, then of course, this is done in a matter where you know that no one is carrying the transmission. And this can be done in several ways. Here in Denmark, in Odense, when you work at the hospital here in Odense, you actually take a test with you home. You have a kit, you take it with you home, you have a loved one to do the test with you in the bathroom, then you put it into a sealed container and you take it back to the hospital. So Dmitry, this has been done here in Odense, in Denmark, and also other places. It is possible to do this 100% sterile. But of course, the correct procedures is important.
I have a doubt regarding this recording mechanism that you have devised for patients. So what is the point of it? Just to enhance your models, and so why do you want to pay patients to use your solution?
That's a great question. Well, we want to pay them a simple fact to motivate them. It's that simple. We have conducted experiments where we've given different amounts of money, both to people waiting in test line here in Denmark, more than 400 people, but also at homeless centers. And these data will of course be presented to the Codex Consortium when we hand in their documents in a week from now. So we have tested different limits of money, and we see that when we give a certain limit of money, 50 Danish krones, everyone say yes to answer the values that we need for AI to work. But when you lower this value, fewer people take the time. So number one, it is to motivate everyone to use this system because we're saving so much in the hospitals. But number two, it is also the fact that the users who use our system, they give values to our AI system. So they're making a product of my company better. And we all know in human psychology that if we're doing something, we need and we want a reward. So it's also because we actually want to give back to the user who makes our AI better. And this, of course, goes back into the discussion of Facebook and Google and everyone else of the AI services that we use and that we make better. But it's the big companies and the big investors who get all the money. So we're also addressing this mental problem. This is also why we do that.
Thank you so much, Eivind. Thank you for your presentation and answering the questions. We have to move on. So now we have Covart.
Yes, let me share my screen. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to talk to you
It's
about.
not in presenters mode,
Oh.
so I don't know if you want to maximize it. Maybe that's
Yes, I just click. Okay. Good.
Perfect. Yeah.
So I'm going to talk to you about BioLogbook. So BioLogbook is a French startup that develops a patented innovation that helps the doctors to give better care for their patients and make the diagnostic easier and faster. So I am a data scientist, so I like to use equation to break down processes, and I want us to think about how the doctor make diagnosis and help us heal us when we go to the doctor. And I'm sure here everybody has gone to the doctor once. So here's the equation I wrote. I mean, it's not mine, but so to make a diagnosis, the doctor needs several things. He needs accurate information about the patients. He needs to know the symptoms, lab test results, and personal information. Then he's going to use the knowledge, the second part of the equation, in order to interpret those information. There's the symptomology science, the reference values provided by the laboratory in order to interpret the lab test results, his experience, and recommendation. This will allow the doctors, the physicians to make a diagnosis and gives you the treatments and the recommendations you need. So in BioLogbook, what we want to do, we want to enhance this process. We want to optimize the process of making a diagnosis in order to help the patients to have a better living conditions and a better health. So we want to focus on the lab test results and reference values that we believe are the core information that has to be used in order to make a good diagnosis. So we use data, the science of data, data science, and AI, and statistical analysis in order to improve this process. I'm going to explain you how. So let's dive into a physician office. So when a physician receives lab test results, they focus on what is happening outside of the reference threshold, meaning that you have a medical condition. That also means they don't really look at what's happening inside the reference values because they don't really have the time to do it, and because they trust the reference values that are sent by the laboratory that made the lab results. But actually, the reference population and the reference value are way too wide because they have been trained, they have been created with a population which doesn't fit with who we are as an individual. And the true optimum value that we should all aim for as a good health is way thinner than the reference values. Furthermore, everybody has a different optimum. Mine might be a little higher, yours might be a little lower. So this is the first goal of BioLogbook, is to create new optimized and personalized reference value that will be meaningful for you as an individual, and that will help the physicians to interpret meaningfully your results. So once with this, we know that we have to focus on what's happening inside the reference values. This is what we are going to do and show you how to do it. So now we don't have only two spaces, the green one and the one outside of the reference values, but we also have a new zone that we call the drift. Things happens inside the reference values. When you're not at your personal optimum, but you're not outside of the reference thresholds, you are in a state that we call the drift, and that has to be taken in account to make a good diagnosis. So this is the second goal of ValueBook, is to compute and detect all the early drift, all the early biological drift. This can be a sign for a chronic disease or rare disease or a disease with low symptoms. So those two goals, to create new optimized and personalized reference values, can let us detect early biological drifts for measured parameters, but also for estimated parameters. We make estimation thanks AI algorithm. So this is a lot of new information, and we have packaged this innovation into a software that will bring this information in simple and intuitive software that the physician can use. So in one dashboard, they can see a global view of their patient's health and see which parameters are the optimum, which parameters are drifting, and which parameters are outside of the reference values. In one science, we can see which parameters and their states, and we can do this the same for estimated parameters. If we click, we can follow up more closely with precision the evolution of parameters in time. So our innovation changed the equation because we had new data. We had gives new, very important information to the doctor with the early biological drift and estimation of not measured parameters. But we also create new knowledge with the personalized reference values that we create with hospital and different research projects. And this allows the physicians to make faster, better, and earlier diagnosis. And as you as a patient, you will have a better treatment at the right moment, and we will be able to detect early drifts and heal you before you are already in a medical condition. This technology can also be used after the disease, before the disease, when we are drifting in a state of disease, during the disease to follow the treatments, and after the disease in order to follow up the care and you going back to your optimum. So the knowledge that we create can be used in many fields, in many medical fields, in oncology, infectiology, in the well-being. We use it. We make a lot of research projects, and we are open to new projects to use the technology in many medical fields. Thanks to COVID, we've been able to use it in the COVID-19 project, and we have been able to improve our software and algorithm with the COVID-19 patients. We have adapted our software by adding new risk score of death, for example, of ICU admission, and we have linked those scores with the drift that we have computed at ValueBook. So we try to give a lot of information to the doctors to give you better care. So with our innovation, we want to help your doctor to give you a better care, because we want everyone to have better living conditions and in better health. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions?
Dmitry here. I'm a little bit confused. So I think in your example, you seem to be showing quite detailed results of blood testing,
yes.
Yet with quite a dense timeline. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that especially somebody before any kind of a chronic condition does not really get their blood tested, to that extent every month or something like that. So what is for a more typical situation, what are the parameters that you're trying to track?
We are tracking every common blood sample parameters that are being tracked maybe every year for a patient that has not known disease. But this is before the disease, so maybe every year there's a blood sample that is made, and we already can measure the different drift level for these patients. And then if we can detect a disease or very significant drift, we can continue to use this process during the disease and after the disease. But with only 1 or 2 points, we are already able to detect if a patient is not at his optimum values.
Thank you.
if I may. Thank you for the presentation, interesting as ever. However, the one big hole you did not cover yet in your presentation is how do you make money with this? What is your business model and your distribution strategy?
So this software, we want to address it to the first at the GPs. So we want to sell licenses for the GPs, but we also want to distribute because this can work wherever we have biological data. So we aim to use distribution through hospitals to install this software on premise in the hospitals, but also in the laboratory themselves that does the blood samples, and they can scale very fast. We can scale very fast because if we reach one laboratory that has there's a big group, we can give these tools to a lot of doctors. And we also create knowledge, and this knowledge that we create with the personalized reference values can help us to create specific algorithm for specific diseases like COVID-19 or cancerology. And we are working a lot of projects to create such biomarker and algorithm, and we are going to address those results to the pharmacology industry in order to help them detect earlier drifts. Indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we have, we will do Captain X. Now, Despina, can you raise your hand because there are two attendants with your name? Perfect. Thank you so much.
So hello from my side. I'm trying, okay, now you can see me as well. I hope that you can hear me.
Yes, yes, very well.
Good, I will share my screen. So I hope that you can see my presentation.
Yes, perfect.
Hello from our side. We are Captain Coach and with the project Captain X. Initially, our product was developed and built around older adults and how we can help them in their home environment. And actually, COVID-X give us the opportunity to restructure a bit the product and reshape it to fight the COVID pandemic. So here you can see one person intubated in the intensive care is an image that we see a lot, unfortunately, these days. And on the other part is a woman that is recovering from COVID in her home. So imagine if we switch these patients and put the woman in the intensive care and this older person in his home. It might not end up well. And actually what is being done very usually, especially in Greece, is that people that get infected with COVID, they go to the hospital, they wait long hours, they are being tested, return back home. They may need to come back to the hospital because they have some deterioration, wait again, maybe wait in their cars or have these long hours. And in big cities, these things are very much worse. So, and from one part is people that are waiting, and from the other is the doctors that have a lot of patients to examine and take decision for all of them, not having enough information, just seeing them at once. So in Captain Coach, our vision is to reshape the remote care provision of people in need of primary care. in their home environment. And our mission, what we are trying to do with our device, is to keep the right COVID patient in the right place for as long as possible. So the people that can stay at home and can receive remote care at home should stay there and not make the hospitals a crowded place with patients. And in our scenario, what we do, there is a person with symptoms, goes to the hospital and get a positive result. And the doctor gives them the Captain X system, which then he or she installs in her house. And the Captain is doing the remote care and symptom monitoring in the home environment. And when this all ends, the system is delivered back to the hospital in order to use it to be used from the next patient. And how we do all that? We have various AI technologies. We do AI movement analysis for collection of data of inactivity, gestures inside the home. We do image analysis to get the emotions, to detect blast lips that are a symptom of very severe COVID, and also finger color. We do speech analysis for cough detection, but also to communicate with the user as a user interface. We have dynamic questionnaires for symptom monitoring. And overall, we try to do a user modeling in order to understand which person needs to go to the hospital and which should remain and receive some care from his home. So Captain can provide care services at the comfort of your home, make you feel that your doctor is close to you, and help put the right patients in the right position. So not switch these places of these two people. The Captain Code's device is the one you see in this picture. Is a small device the size of a raspberry, if you know how this is. It has a camera on top of that for all the image analysis. It has a small projector that projects all this information regarding the care, reminders of taking measurements, but also the symptom tracking. And this is also an external microphone and speaker that we are using in order to capture the user's voice, but also provide all the commands using voice and speech. Our current status in the project is that we have finished the 2 testing patients, and we are 5 patients enrolled in the feasibility study. We are trying to fund more people, and actually some first results that we have from the feasibility study is that it is difficult to approach people inside the emergency care department from the doctors, and they are not very willing to use technology, as there is a reluctancy in the technology uses for the time being. But when they get the device, the results tend to be more positive than at the beginning. And this is our team. Evgenios Konstantinidis is the CEO with a strong technical background. I am the junior product manager of the team. We have also business support, but a very strong advisory board as well, as we are coming from the academia. And also COVID-X has helped us a lot in the business domain, as a main challenge that we are facing is who the product is referring to and who pays for the product. And we have done a lot of work on this part. So thank you all for your attention.
Thank you so much. Questions?
Yeah, I wonder how you're going to tackle the issue that you seem to be having, that you have had a very small user base. What are your plans to overcome this and to be able that way to provide a more suitable clinical validation?
What we are currently doing is that we have one doctor fully engaged in the emergency department of a local hospital that is doing the recruitment, that is approaching patients there. But as we said, this is a feasibility study, so this is part of our study as well, how we approach patient and how we validate our assumptions of who pays for that, and which is the need of the Captain X. And also we are doing recruitment through other means, so word of mouth, approaching people that are in the community that we have, and we know that they have COVID. So we are also thinking of having some dissemination channels broader, so approaching people via other means, maybe social media, but for the time being, we are strongly focusing on the emergency department of the hospital.
Dmitry here. How many subjects do you think you need to get enough data for the AI training?
The AI training was done with previously acquired data. So for example, the movement analysis or the cough detection was done with pre-existing data. And for modeling the symptoms, we are in communication with a database, existing database of COVID symptom monitoring, in order to have the initial model. Because what we do in COVID-X is a feasibility study and not a validation of the algorithms.
Just a quick, was the movement classification, was that based on like a medical patient data set or just the standard athletic ones, or can you?
It's from older adult people, but the detection is using regular algorithms that exist. So detection of legs and how many steps they are doing inside their homes. So they're ordinary algorithms that are out there.
Okay.
If I may add on that point, have you thought of analyzing and thinking of other market segments that might be easier to enter? Thinking of sleep disorders, anxiety, post-stress disorders. There might be other chronic conditions where your market entry might be quicker than in the emergency room situations for COVID. Have you done that analysis yet or not yet?
Thank you for your comment. We do not have done this analysis in depth, but we are considering that. And we also have some consultation that we may move to nursing homes, because there are patients there that are living there, that are great amount of patients.
It could be a market segment with less competition.
Yeah, to be honest, we have not investigated that yet, but we received that comment again, so we are thinking of how to tackle that section. Thank you for your comment.
Good luck. Good.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Then we have Alexis now.
Yes.
From AV8.
I'm trying, hello everyone, I'm trying to share my screen. And screen one. So, Vesmina, can you mute your microphone, please?
Yes, apologies.
So, can you see the presentation in
yes.
full screen? Okay.
Yep.
Hello, everyone. I'm Alexis. I'm CEO of EMA, which is a clinical decision support system for emergency departments. EMA is a joint venture of Vidavo, a telemedicine company in Greece, and the medical school of Aristotelou University of Thessaloniki. So statistics show an important increase in emergency departments admissions over the past 10 years in the Western world, leading to a dramatic increase in the workload of doctors, increasing medical errors and fatal accidents. And of course, the problem became worse during the pandemic, as we all see. So now it's the time to act. Exploiting machine learning at the edge, we developed EMA, a clinical decision support system with the aim to assist ER personnel to triage and prioritize incoming patients. So EMA is not just another wearable device. EMA is not just extracting the vitals you can see here, but EMA can assess them based on patients' demographics, medical history, and current symptoms, allowing doctors to work with peace of mind while EMA watches the bags. Also detects in-time health deterioration and let doctors know where patients are located in order to act fast and provide medical attention and care. Beyond that, beyond medical data, the machine learning component of EMA offers optimized hospital resources management by providing probabilities regarding patients' outcomes in terms of hospitalization, length of stay, and admission to the ICU. The prototype developments of EMA succeeded to receive so far more than €500,000 in form of grants, plus $250,000 from Vidavo. And also, it is important to mention that EMA is a pending technology in Europe. Our team is directly connected with Vidavo, which is an established telemedicine company in Europe. Thus, we combine scientific, business, and selling know-how exclusively in the healthcare industry, in which most of our founders have dedicated their lives and careers. Our revenue model is based on pay-as-you-grow for patients registering in the ER, including all hardware-related costs. So, for example, based on the statistics, Budge Hospital would create a revenue of more than €155,000 in annual recurring revenue, which is almost 0.59% of the overall budget of this hospital. So we're asking from hospitals to invest about 0.59% of their annual budget in order to save up to 18% on medicine and consumables, 7% less usage of medical equipment. And the most important fact is that EMA reduces hospitalizations by 21% and admission to the ICUs by 8%, which are the procedures that creates the heavy burden on hospital budgets. Therefore, what I'm trying to say is that despite the fact that EMA saves lives, EMA also creates significant amount of profits for hospitals. Our goal is to have on board 50 clients by year 5. That means 7 years after the seed investment. And based on the statistics, these clients will create a revenue of €11 million overall. In order to achieve that, we're seeking to raise €1.2 million in 2 rounds. And finally, based on our business plan and statistics, our investors will be able to get back almost 10 times their initial investments. So why us? Just one point to mention of them. EMA has been designed along with medical experts who identified the clinical need, and they are our users right now. And it was designed along with healthcare decision makers who are going to be our future clients. Many thanks for your time.
Thank you, Alexis. Do we have any questions?
I'm interested to know a few more details about the edge intelligence that you claim to have in your product. As far as I understood, there is a device that is worn by the patients, but it's not the overall processing associated to those signals or variables measured, sent to the cloud, and then the processing done there.
No, yes, exactly. We are using edge computing, and by edge, we mean the physical layer, and we mean the wearable device, as you mentioned, and also the smartphone. So the machine learning components that are able to provide us this kind of vital signs assessment and the predictions regarding hospitalization and so are deployed inside these devices, and they can run without any internet connection, without any dependency regarding connection. They are deployed and they are able to provide us in real time, literally real time, the results, because we do not have this, as you said, to send raw data on the cloud, assess them, and then receive the results. So yes, this is actually a technical detail which gives us a lot of head start in business terms, despite this technical detail, and don't mention the security and safety, because we are not sharing data outside of hospitals.
I have a quick follow-up on the hardware. A few of the vitals that you mentioned are not very easy to get, let's say, certified or clinically validated results from. So are you trying to actually get that, or what's the, let's say, medical device versus?
Yes. As you saw, we can say we have three components. We have the device, the software part, and the machine learning components. So the software part is already classified as class 2A. We are working with an external company to certify the hardware part, which has been classified as C class 2AB. And regarding the machine learning component is something that we are trying first to certify the device, and then next the machine learning components.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexis, for your presentation.
You're welcome.
Okay, so now we are a little bit behind schedule, but I guess because we did all the Q&A during the event, we don't need to do them now. So this means we would now have a short break for the jury to discuss and also for people to vote. So what does that mean? Justina, do you want to recap again the Miro for the teams?
Sure. So I hope you paid attention, and most of you maybe even voted.
Sorry.
Okay, no problem. So I hope you all followed everyone's presentations well. So what I would like you to do now is, in the next couple of minutes, to go to your Miro boards, cast your votes. Kristaps, at the end of this break, will collect your vote. So I'd say, if you can do this within 5 minutes, if you have not done this already, and then Kristaps can go and collect the final scores. In the meantime, jury will meet to reconvene. Rita, will it be a separate Zoom, or how are you doing this?
Yes, so I just sent a calendar invitation with Google Meet link for the jury members so that we quickly discuss. And for everyone else who is in the audience, you can go to Slido and also vote in your favorite team. So I guess there's also a link that could work. So you could also try that link. And the ones using Slido, you can just select your favorite pitch. So I guess we will be back. How much time do we need, Justina?
I guess
10 minutes.
10 minutes, if jury is fine with that.
No objections from our jury to be back in 10 minutes?
Yes, okay.
Okay,
Okay,
great.
then you
So
can
let's-
just mute if you want, we can just mute Zoom and go to Google Meet and I will join you there, okay?
Okay.
Okay, then see you shortly.
See you shortly.
Hello, guys. Is anyone here to ask something regarding the URL we have, the link? No?
What problem do you have, Alexis?
Okay, so while we tally the votes, well, actually, I have the votes from the jury and the votes from the audience. We're only missing from the peers, so from the mirror boards. While we are telling that, I would ask maybe the jury to, without telling who your winner is, give a final word on the event and to the teams, please. Irina, if you want to start, maybe.
Hi. So again, I wanted to thank you, Rita, for the invitation and for this very packed morning. It has been extremely difficult to make any choice, to be honest. Because there were such interesting solutions and also quite advanced, and yeah, I wish everybody good luck. That's what I say, and that it's maybe not that relevant who would be the winner of today's contest, because there were so many great solutions this morning, and absolutely grateful to be here and to be able to witness everything that you presented today. So that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't know, I think Frank had to leave. Diego, do you want to say a couple of words?
Yeah, I want to thank all the teams for their great presentations. You made my morning. I think I discovered very interesting solutions where you have make use of very interesting assortments of technologies to address different issues around COVID. So I wish you all the best from now on, because this is just part of the entrepreneurship adventure. I hope that COVID-X has helped you take impulse and strength to continue your journey, and let's together overcome COVID.
Thank you so much. Dmitry?
Yes, thank you. Yes, this was definitely an interesting morning of presentations. And I think, let's say, the diversity of what we saw also highlights what I think is an important thing to keep in mind, and something that COVID, let's say, has taught us again and again, that when we think about technology, we often really need to keep some humility as far as the capabilities of the technology as it exists right now, and then respectively what needs to be improved and where we need to go and where we need to adapt to challenges such as COVID that stay dynamic and keep us let's say engaged and involved beyond what we could think about, for example, 2 years ago. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And Antonio?
Hello, everyone. So I share the thoughts of Irina that you have progressed a lot. So I was involved in the selection of the teams to this round. And I have to thank you for your hard work and progress that you made in these 9 months.
Thank you so much. Then I would like to give the floor also to Carlota on behalf of the consortium and as responsible for all the pilot monitoring during this program, to tell a few words to the teams.
Yeah, of course. Hello, good morning all. I'm happy and honored to have the chance to close this event. You already know me. I'm the head of business innovation and artificial intelligence for Humanitas, which is in charge of the pilot validation monitoring of the single engine solution. But today I would like to say a few words from all the partners who are working on this project. Today, sadly, as we know, COVID-19 has affected more than 350 million people worldwide, and we have lost over 5 million lives. So the European Union
has done a lot of actions to fight the pandemic, and one of them, of course, has been to believe in this project and to believe in the impact that the companies that are participating in COVID-X program can actually bring to the fight against the pandemic. So first of all, I would like to thank the European Commission here in the person of our PO Irina for believing in our project and deciding to make this possible. And the second thanks goes to all the project partners. Of course, I don't want to be self-referential, so I'll be very brief. But we have built, of course, an ambitious program, an ambitious design for this project in order to support in the most targeted way possible the potential of different companies with different products. And so the challenge was difficult and required a lot of coordination, a lot of communication. And so this is why I would like to thank, first of all, F6S, our coordinator, in particular, Antonio, Rita, and Diana for the constant support. And of course, our technical partners, Intrasoft, 8Bells, UPM, for the extraordinary work done in building the sandbox. Thanks to Civita for the great effort made to support all teams to better develop their product, especially from a business point of view, and Bosonit for coordinating the entire acceleration program. I would like to thank Australo as well for the amazing work in giving visibility to our single engine solutions, and thanks to Blanca for the energizing session today that I appreciate a lot. And finally, I would like to thank also the clinical partners, Hermas and Karolinska, for working side by side with us for validating the single solutions. And on behalf of all of us, we would like to make the last most important thank to all of you, to all the companies and clinical partners who participated to this first batch. Today we listened to your pitches and we appreciate a lot, once again, the progress you made in these months. It has been a real pleasure working with all of you over the past few months. We know these were a difficult project, especially in terms of, let me say, the schedule, which is a little bit, which has been a little bit tight, but you know, all of us probably, we are fighting first of all against time to improve people's lives. So I would like to thank really all of you for your commitment, the collaboration, the flexibility you've shown in following the schedule of this program. And I would like to cite again a quote from Bruno Della Pierre this morning, because first of all, thank you, Bruno, for your very inspirational talk, meaningful talk. And Bruno said that entrepreneurship is about to create value for people, for community and humanity, and use profit for good. So we hope we help you to believe even more in your mission as entrepreneurs. We hope you are generating a real impact on people's lives, and we believe you are on the right track in order to do so. And so finally, we wish you to make profit, of course, but use it for the good of all of us. So thank you so much for joining this event.
Thank you so much, Carlota. Indeed, it takes a village. So the team is not only the four of us now with cameras on, but all the technical partners.
We cannot hear you, Rita, anymore.
Your microphone.
We don't know why.
It's a thing Rita does with her mic on purpose.
It's the robot voice again. maybe someone else can take over the announcement of the winners. Okay, she left.
Rita will join.
Yeah.
It's the emotion, I would say.
It's the, you know, the excitement is building, right? So, so while we're waiting, in the meantime, I will thank everyone on behalf of Civita. We really enjoyed working with you with all of the solutions and all of the consortium partners in the Open Call 1. As you know, I personally joined in a bit later in the program, just in September, and it's been an immense pleasure getting to know all the solutions and answering any questions. And we, of course, in Civita, we do remain at your disposal. We want you to contact us to share your joys or struggles, and if you need any kind of, you know, help, you can also you can always find us. You have all of our details, and we of course remain for you for this month and for the next month. And here is Rita again. Perfect timing.
Hello.
Hey, we can
Is it
hear you
normal
perfectly.
now?
Yes.
I love when you already react. Indeed, I have some technical challenges every now and again. So let's see. I was trying to roll the drums. Okay, I'll share my screen. So winners, as we were saying, we have 3 prizes. So the jury has voted, they are selected on the Miro boards, have selected also a winner, and the audience has also voted. So as Irina rightfully pointed out, we decided to select the best pitches in these 3 perspectives to offer to 3 teams a prize. But we are incredibly proud of the work that you have developed over the last 10 months. And we intend to organize hopefully a physical event in Brussels, also bringing together the teams from the second open call, and we will invite you again to join. And hopefully we still have a chance to do this until the end of the project. It's difficult to plan physical events, as you can imagine, but we will try. And so today the winners are 3 different solutions. So the jury has voted, and I'm trying to pass the slides, and selected COVID at home. The peers have selected care for COVID, and the audience has voted in SEGTNAN. So these are the 3 winners from today, from the pitch presentation. So this has absolutely no influence in your evaluations or from the program overall. The prize that the COVIDX team would like to offer to these 3 teams is the possibility to be together, to be present in the event 4 years from now. This is one of the most influential startup event in the world. It will occur in the end of February in Barcelona, co-hosted with the Mobile World Congress. And what we are offering to these 3 companies is an exhibition area in a startup corner, together with some other startups. So you will have this kind of booth in an area for 2 days. and a ticket to attend these 2 events for 4 full days. So you can attend both the 4 Year From Now event and the Mobile World Congress. So we will reach out to you on Slack to try to arrange how to make these happen. The idea would be to give you visibility, have you participate in this event, network with other startups, meet possible investors, learn things and get exposure from your activities and for your solutions. So congratulations to all of you, but particularly to these 3. We're very proud of you. And we want to thank you all for being part of the COVIDx program and looking forward to keeping in touch with you until the end of this month. And then as alumni to get involved still in our activities. So I guess that's it from our side. Any questions or comments for us? No, then thank you all very, very much. Justina, thank you for all the organization. To all the consortium members, thank you so much. It takes a village to run this program, and the commitment in the 3 technical, clinical and business perspective, plus the communication team, always trying to give visibility to the work. So thank you all very much, and we will keep in touch. Okay. Have a wonderful day, everyone. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
A wonderful day. Thank you.
Bye.
And congratulations to the winners.
Congratulations. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. I think
you should stop the recording probably.
you're the host now, so I can't do anything. You have to be the one stopping the session as well.